Council's YouTube channel. Please ensure that any mobile phones are switched to silent. So welcome to those who are watching at home. I would also like to outline some housekeeping arrangements. If you wish to speak, please indicate to do so to myself. To enable your microphone, please press the middle button, which will turn green, and the microphone will light up red at the top to indicate that this has happened. Please remember to press the middle button when you have finished speaking, as it is particularly important that all members use their microphone so that the audio can be picked up through the live stream. In the event of a fire alarm sounding during the meeting, please stand and follow the meeting administrator to the evacuation points outside of the building. Firstly, do we have any apologies for absence?
We have one apology from Councillor Corney, Chair.
Thank you. So we will move on to item 1 on our agenda, approving the minutes as a correct record for our last meeting held on the 22nd of May 2023. Do we all agree the minutes are a correct record of our last meeting? Okay. Moving on to item 2, members' interests. Are there any members that would like to declare an interest in relation to any items on the agenda this evening? Councillor Wakeford.
Yeah.
Got there in the end. Apologies, Chair. I wish to declare with respect to 3E that I'm the ward member, though I've had no involvement on the matter and come to it with an open mind, so propose to engage with debate as normal this evening. And could I also mention, forgive me unless she's made it, at the last minute, Councillor Tevlin sends short notice apologies as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goulson.
Thank you, Chair. Declare for 3A as ward member. No involvement in any other discussions.
Councillor McAdam.
I'd like to declare an interest in 3E. However, as a member of Huntingdon Town Council, however, I've had no involvement in their dealings with this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Slade.
Yes, mine is 3C as a ward member in St Neots.
Councillor Nish.
It's not a member interest. I thought Councillor Gardner had sent his apologies, but if he hasn't, I attended them because he did mention to me that he wasn't going to attend.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I ought to declare an interest on 3A as I've been involved in the previous applications there, not in this one, but I have quite a knowledge on the case.
Are there any other declarations? Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 3. We'll move on to 3A, and our planning officer, Lewis Collins, will present our application, the application for Farset.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. This application seeks full planning permission for the creation of 2 Gypsy and Traveller pitches, comprising 1 mobile home, 1 touring caravan, and 1 day room per pitch. The application is referred to the committee as the officer recommendation of approval conflicts with Farset Parish Council's recommendation of refusal. This slide shows the application site hatched. The site is approximately half a mile southeast of the built-up area of Farset and is therefore part of the open countryside. To the north of the site are 7 existing residential dwellings, and to the south is Conquest House and Alpine Lodge, which provides supported living to adults with autism, learning disabilities, mental health conditions, and challenging behaviour. There are no designated heritage assets nearby, and the site is at the lowest risk of flooding. This aerial image shows the site is currently a grassed paddock with existing access from Straight Drove. To the west is further paddock land, and to the southeast there are arable fields. This slide shows the location of the red line application boundary and the blue line of land ownership. To be clear, there is no development proposed within the blue line area, only within the red line application boundary. This is the submitted block plan showing how the proposed layout of the 2 pitches, with 1 mobile home, 1 touring caravan and 1 day room per pitch. The existing access from Straight Drove would be utilised and would be improved to accommodate 2-way vehicular movements as recommended by the local highway authority. The new landscaping shown is indicative at this stage, and full details of this would be secured by condition. This slide is a replica of the block plan, but shows the 2 pitches clearly marked as pitch 1 and pitch 2 for the avoidance of doubt. An appropriately worded condition could be imposed to define the scope of the permission and prevent any intensification of the site without further planning permission. This slide shows the proposed floor plan and elevations of the day rooms. They are 8 metres by 5 metres in area and approximately 2.4 metres and 4.5 metres in eaves and ridge height. The scale of the proposed day rooms is considered acceptable and would be largely screened from public view by the frontage screening. Details of the materials to be used for the day rooms would be subject to condition. Plans for the mobile homes and touring caravans are not necessary, as they would be required to comply with the sizes set out within the Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act 1960 and the Caravan Sites Act 1968, and would therefore not be taller than 3.05 metres. This slide shows the site layout and block plan refused under application 13-01209 FUL. The 2013 application is discussed at various points within the report. The 2013 application also proposed 2 Gypsy and Traveller pitches, but they were proposed to be located closer to Conquest House than this proposal. The previous application was referred to the Planning Committee with an officer recommendation of approval, but this was overturned by members and the application was refused due to the site being unsustainably located and because the proposal would have a significant adverse impact on the amenity of the adjoining Conquest House residential facility. The refusal decision was appealed and the appeal was dismissed by the Planning Inspectorate, but only on the grounds of amenity impacts to the residents of Conquest House. The applicant has therefore sought to overcome this refusal reason by locating the proposed pitches approximately 75 metres northeast of where they were previously proposed. As discussed between paragraphs 7.37 and 7.41 of the report, the appeal for the 2013 application was determined by the Planning Inspectorate after the government had published an updated version of the planning policy for traveller sites, known as the PPTS, which replaced the 2012 version and remains the latest version of the government's planning policy for traveller sites. This is an important point as the inspector's decision discusses whether the site could be considered away from an existing settlement, which is a term used within policy LP27 of the local plan and also the PPTS. The inspector considered that the comparable site was reasonably close to Farset and could not be described as away from an existing settlement, so would be in line with the approach set out in the PPTS. It is considered that the proposal complies with the criteria of policy LP27 of the local plan. It is acknowledged that there is no pedestrian infrastructure connecting the site to Farset, and therefore future occupiers would be largely reliant on car use to access everyday services and facilities. However, the travelling distance would be relatively short, and there are a wide range of services and facilities available within a short journey, including in Yaxley, Hampton, Stanground and Peterborough City. It is considered that on balance, the lack of pedestrian infrastructure along Straight Drove in this instance would not amount to a reason to refuse the application. Members are also reminded of the need for gypsy and traveller sites, as well as the lack of available alternative sites within Huntingdonshire, as discussed between paragraphs 7.7 and 7.30 of the report. The Council is in a position where it does not have an up-to-date understanding of the need for new gypsy traveller pitches within the district, given the needs assessment from 2016 is now a dated source of evidence and is widely considered to have underestimated the need for pitches. Work is underway in terms of seeking to commission a new needs assessment as part of the local plan update, but this is at an early stage. There are no allocated sites for gypsy and traveller site development within the local plan, and therefore applications for new sites need to be assessed on a case-by-case basis against policy LP27 of the local plan and with regard to the PPTS and other material planning considerations. Moving on to some site photos. This is a view from Straight Drove showing the tree and hedge screening at the site frontage. This is another photo of the site frontage with the access point from Straight Drove. This photo is from the access track looking into the site and towards Straight Drove. And this photo is from the access track looking towards Conquest House. Overall, for the reasons discussed and set out in the report, the recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions bullet pointed within section 8 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers for this particular application. Our speakers have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Our first speaker is Councillor Sally Howe from Farset Parish Council, and I believe she is online.
Indeed. Yeah, I've been asked to read out a statement from Farset Parish Council, if that's okay. Farset Parish Council will continue to recommend refusal on planning application 22022104 FUL, use of land for the stationing of caravans. The Hunts DC local plan allocated no site for development in Farset, and specifically under section LP27 of the same policy states that sites for travellers will be strictly limited in open countryside that is away from existing settlements. This site is situated on the periphery of the main residential village, and there are residential properties directly opposite this location. It is also in close proximity to Conquest House, a residential home for adults with autism, learning disabilities, mental health needs, and behaviours that may challenge. Also, the access to a doctor's surgery is over 2 miles away and is oversubscribed. The local primary school in Farset is also oversubscribed. The Parish Council has received concerns from many residents who are struggling to make an appointment with the doctor, and they are already registered there. Any new residents to the parish will not have access to local amenities and will need to travel much further. Farset Parish Council raised concerns about the health and safety of the access to and from the site onto the highway with a vehicle. There is not a footpath to allow safe access via foot, as well as insufficient street lighting. As a Parish Council, we continue to receive complaints from existing residents with regard to speeding along Straight Drove. Those that have spoken to us do not feel safe with the speed of some of the traffic using this road. The lack of lighting and accessible footpaths only adds to the issue. Adding more vehicle traffic would only cause further safety issues. We are also concerned with the number of movements via Main Street to access to the site on Straight Drove. Main Street is congested with parking on both sides of the road. It also has an average of 12,922 vehicles accessing the road a week, with 61% not adhering to the speed limit of 20 miles an hour, with a maximum recorded speed of 60 miles an hour. It was noted that the plans include a document that suggests the field does not flood. However, the field does flood, and this has been witnessed by many residents. And also, there was a previous planning application similar in design and location, which was declined in September 2014. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions. Thank you for addressing us and joining us today. Our next speaker for this particular application is the agent, Nat Green. Welcome.
Is that working? Yes. Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I am Nathaniel Green from Green Planning Studio, and I'm speaking on behalf of our client, Mr. Vinden, in support of this application. This committee is here to decide the matter on planning issues only and is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Our clients are accepted as having gypsy status and benefit from having those protective characteristics. As a result of recent appeal decisions, it is accepted by the LPA that the existing GTAA is out of date and there is considerable and hidden unmet need in the area. It is also accepted that the LPA does not have a 5-year supply of gypsy sites. As the officer's report states, approving this application will help the Council to meet its statutory duty in this regard and also accord with Policy H of Planning Policy for Traveller Sites. Gypsy sites are considered to be an acceptable form of development in the countryside, and the site lies along Straight Drove and is screened on that side by hedges and trees, effectively screening the site from those travelling along the road. The site lies less than 1 mile from Farset and is considered reasonably sustainable in terms of the facilities of nearby towns such as shops and schools. What is not mentioned in the report is that Farset itself is adjacent to Peterborough and all of its facilities. The stand ground GP surgery in Peterborough is exactly 2 miles from the site. It is accepted by officers that this 2-pitch development will not over-dominate the nearby area, and there will be additional planting in the southwest to ensure that there will be screening for views from Conquest House. It is the intention of the children, when of age, will attend the local primary school at a distance of 0.8 miles, which as of the 17th of April, according to Cambridgeshire County Council figures, still has places, although that is academic in every sense of the word, as the eldest child is only 3. The Highways Officer has concluded that any additional traffic will be acceptable and there are no highways objections subject to the modifications to the entranceway to allow 2-way traffic. There is no risk of flooding and foul drainage will be through a package treatment plant. Mr. Vinden is aware of the proposed conditions and is happy to comply with them. He has also signed a unilateral undertaking regarding bin collection. Mr. Vinden is happy to enhance biodiversity in line with the proposed conditions, and on this basis, I urge you to approve this application for permanent permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Having read some of the neighbour comments for this application, there's some concern from neighbours across the road about the screening of the site, especially in winter. Can you tell us a bit more about the screening available along the road next to the site?
As you travel along there, you will see that there is a hedge with a very high-grown hedge along with trees. If it is the committee's wish, we can put additional planting in along there. That is no problem at all if it is felt that additional screening is required.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. According to the report, the applicant wishes to make this his home. Where is he at the moment, or where is the applicant living at present?
There we go. Where the actual whereabouts of the applicant is not relevant to this application. The reason being is that you are asked to vote upon 2 gypsy pitches, and the licence runs with the land, not with the person in this particular instance. This is not a Greenbelt case. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no more questions. Thank you very much for addressing us. We will move on. And are there any questions of clarification for our planning officer? Councillor Niche.
Thank you. He did a very good summary going through. I just wanted to clarify because I then started flicking and can't find it, and you'll know what was the difference between this one and the appeal one. You said there was it was moved slightly, and I was quickly trying to flick around to try and work that out. If you could just clarify for that, just the change, the difference between the appeal one, which was dismissed, and this one, please.
Thank you, councillor. Try to bring up the slide just to help illustrate. The pitches proposed are approximately 75 metres northeast of where they were previously proposed under the 2013 application. I've included a slide on the presentation. It's not particularly clear. I'll try to show you with my cursor once it's up.
No, you can switch it off.
Yeah. So it's the top left is the location plan for that 2013 application. Pretty difficult to see, but where the new pitches are proposed, roughly where my cursor is at the moment, along the frontage, which is approximately 75 metres northeast from where they were previously proposed.
Councillor Dew.
Yeah, just following on from that, can you clarify again that the sole reason that the previous appeal was refused was that situation near Conquest House and none of the other reasons that we put forward at the time?
Thank you, councillor. Yes, that's correct. It was only dismissed on the grounds of amenity impact to Conquest House.
Councillor Wakeford.
In two parts, if I may, Chair. On the first, Councillor Howell delivered the Parish Council's comments at pace in order to comply with our time limit, and we're grateful for that. But given the speech he ran through, I don't think anything was included within that hadn't been picked up in the Parish Council's original submissions as dealt with in the report. I just wonder if I could double check that nothing, no considerations were raised earlier that we hadn't already dealt with. No, I'm seeing head shaking. No, that's helpful. And secondly, the Parish Council made reference to the lack of provision in our local plan for such sites in Farset, and that was referenced in the Member of Parliament submission as well. You drew attention helpfully in presentation, and indeed the agent did as well, to the section of the report concluding at 7.29, but I just wonder if it's helpful to underline that the precisely the lack of adequate provision is a factor that's presented to us as an element of justification for the reason to approve this application.
Thank you, councillor. Just start by saying that there are no site allocations for small settlements as a whole within the local plan, which includes Farset. So applications that come forward need to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. In terms of the need for Gypsy Traveller sites, it's quite a comprehensive assessment within the report. The end conclusion being that we don't have a supply of sites over a 5-year period. We have no allocated sites. The previous needs assessment is now out of date. So essentially we currently do not have a clear understanding of the need. We've exceeded the identified and potential need from the previous needs assessment, which indicates a larger need than what was previously thought. I hope that answers your query.
Very much so, thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a question of clarification from Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, thank you. Just looking at LP 27, which I think is one of the key aspects of this application, and the section that Councillor Howell quoted about the sites will be very strictly limited in open countryside that is away from existing settlements. Do I understand correctly that that is part of the reason for the committee's refusal of the first application near this site, but that was confirmed by the inspector to be not sufficient reason for refusal in the last application?
Thank you, councillor. Yes, that's correct, essentially. One of the reasons for refusal from the committee was that the site was unsustainably located. there's a discussion within the 2015 appeal decision about what could be considered away from a settlement. And the inspector concluded that the comparable site could not be reasonably considered as away from Farset. And that was based on the most recent PPTS, which is still in effect today, which has contributed quite a lot to my assessment in the report on that point. Thank you.
I'd like to bring in our Chief Planning Officer.
Thank you. And just to build on the points that Lewis has raised there, I think there's something about a timeline here as well. So recognising that the policy in front of you, LP27, was adopted in 2019, predicated on evidence gathered in 2016, basically our Gypsy and Traveller Needs Accommodation Assessment. It's just to highlight that there will have been a difference in policy position since the determination of that original appeal. And just to build on that point of clarification, obviously we did that assessment in 2016. In 2021, we did a further housing needs assessment for specific user groups, which identified that we needed to do a further Gypsy and Traveller needs assessment. That is in flight. As most of you will be aware, we have agreed to prepare an update to our local plan. But inside our annual monitoring report as well, we clearly reference our supply of Gypsy and Traveller accommodation, which Lewis has outlined already. But it does recognise that there is a degree of reliance on windfall as well to make sure that we meet our need. Thank you.
Are there any more questions or clarification? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you, Lewis. In 7.37, you discuss the distance to the GP surgery as well as the capacity of the GP surgery. But with the school, you've only assessed it in terms of distance. Is that because of the findings of the appeal decision or further information that you've discovered since the report was issued?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the capacity of the GP surgery was, I came across it on my research when writing up the application. I found that the information on primary school capacity wasn't so easy to obtain. However, from other dealings in applications in Farset, I'm now aware that there is a slight capacity issue at the school in the immediate short term. It's projected to be a slight shortfall in the next couple of years, but following that, the trend is towards lower numbers for the next 10 years. It's anticipated that there would be larger cohorts would be replaced by smaller ones, and by around 2029, 2030, there would be just over 100 pupils out of a capacity of 140. So it's not something that I think 2 pitches would detrimentally contribute towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose my one's just a general one of clarification in that when we look at the needs assessment, which we're now saying is out of date, the difficulty is we've got to utilise some of that information which we don't have, and equally there's a lot of information of when we say we believe there's a number of Gypsy and caravan sites around, and we're obviously fairly aware in some areas there's a lot more than what we actually have. So I mean it's a difficult one. Some sites we believe might have 6, and actually when you look at them they've got 12 on. So I think it's a really difficult one for us to get round our own heads as to actually the need assessment as well on that one. I don't know whether you can answer any of that, because actually the data we have is difficult for us to utilise because it's quite well out of date, understandably, because these things take time and there's a lag.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I agree. It's a difficult thing to understand. It's difficult for me to go through and write clearly. It's taken me several hours to get to the bottom of the most recent needs assessment. But essentially, the bottom line, from my understanding, is that the permissions that have been granted since the previous needs assessment have exceeded the identified and potential need, which means it's a dated source of evidence. It should have been updated every few years. It hasn't been. It's been 7 years. So what we need to do with Gypsy travel applications is take them case by case. Part of that is that the applicants need to demonstrate that they are Gypsy travellers by definition, and then we start to get a better idea of the level of need in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. For me, the interpretation of LP27 is key to this. And as it says, developments in open countryside should be strictly limited and away from existing settlements. But I think elsewhere in the report, Lewis, you said that this is a relatively minor settlement. Is that the main reason why we feel this is acceptable? Because it's a pretty small development.
Thank you, Councillor. So that term away from a settlement is key. I think it was discussed in the previous appeal decision, which was at the time of the most recent PPTS, and the inspector considered that the comparable site, was not away from Farset in that interpretation. That remains relevant in the current PPTS. In terms of the scale, it's for 2 pitches. It's not considered to lead to undue impact on local infrastructure, and considered acceptable in all other respects. Thank you.
Councillor Brereton.
Thank you, Chair. The boundary on the southwest red line of the applicant, is that going to be conditioned, or could it be conditioned for the screening? Thank you.
Yes, we would be looking to condition soft landscaping, and also define the scope of the permission to only 2 pitches as proposed, just to ensure it's watertight. There'll be no intensification without further planning permission.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of clarification? Councillor Mockball.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I missed this, but was there a slide showing the boundary on Straight Drove in the winter in comparison to the summer? Because you said there's a lot of green screening, but I just wanted to see it in the winter.
Thank you, Councillor. The best I've got is mid-November, which is on the slides. So I think there is obviously less screening during winter. I think the hedging and trees that are there are quite established, so there's still a reasonably good amount of screening. I think there is, as the agent said, there is the potential for additional screening if that was considered necessary, and that would form part of the soft landscaping condition just talked about in response to Councillor Brereton. Photo, yeah. So that photo was from 16th November, and the others were from April, where it's a little bit more green. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of clarification for our planning officer? If not, we will move on to the debate. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Jordan.
Yes, no, thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much, Azveda. We know there is need for these sites. I think there are 16 conditions being put on this, and they do talk about the maximum of caravans and the maximum number of pitches, which should alleviate some of the concerns for perhaps some of the other residents that are around. I think they have shown about the landscape. It's only a very small settlement as well. So reading it all, I think I'm mindful to approve it given the amount of conditions that are on it, and to make sure that those conditions are upheld and met, which is really, really important. I think that sort of thing, where conditions are put on planning applications, are very important for people who have concerns, that they are monitored and carried out. So I think I'm mindful to approve this, but I will listen to the rest of the argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Niche.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I thought there was someone else in front of me. I'm really undecided on these. I think the difficulty is because it's a case by case as opposed to looking at numbers, I can look at two aspects of it. I still have a concern of its closeness to Conquest House, and I think that still is relevant, which is why I'm a little bit uneasy at the moment, and I'll wait to hear what others say. I think most of it fits in within planning. I don't have an issue with some of the locality. That schooling is there. As we know, we look through there and it's all said it's all fine on there from the actual professionals themselves. But I still have a slight concern about the closeness to Conquest House, and moving it 75 metres. I can understand that there would be a community concern as well, because we're looking at on this particular case, but cases these do tend to sort of grow. That's not what we're looking at, I know, but that's where we need to be mindful of the conditions we put in are very strictly adhered to. Because that will be a major concern to the community in that, yes, there's 2 there, the rest of the land, that's another 2, and then there's another 2, and that's where the communities gets concerned about it. So I'm still not 100% sure at the moment. I shall listen to the rest of the debate, but I do have a concern that it is the closeness still, which is where the appeal went as well, to Conquest House. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Goulson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I can't say I've decided here. I still need to hear the debate going on. But my concern is that where the caravans are, it's to the front, and the rest of the site is still so close to Conquest House, and other activities can be used. That area can still be used for other activities that can cause adverse effect on the amenity for Conquest House and the supported living adults that are at that site. And so I do have a concern about that, the amenity for the residents there.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. As Councillor Niche knows well, but officers would otherwise remind us of, we are of course considering the application in front of us rather than possible future ones, and we are bound to look at that. It's precisely for the reasons Councillor Niche and Councillor Jordan set out around, though, the importance of helping make this development work and fit as effectively as possible through use of conditions, that I'm minded at this point to follow Councillor Jordan. I think, as officers helpfully clarified in presentation and in response to my earlier question, it is precisely the absence of provision made in our local plan that we are in the planning position we are, with the need to consider these sites individually. It's certainly the detailed coverage in the report on this I found particularly helpful, and I think it's a particularly high quality report. So I thank officers for pulling it together for us, because it makes a complex legal position intelligible. But I think we don't have a viable alternative as I read the weights of the relative factors here, and I think the openness of the agent, as indicated in a contribution earlier to the consideration of further screening, which is already planned to be covered by condition, I think is really welcome. So will leave it there for the time being, but happy to come back to me for a proposal in due course if you need one, Chair.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, we recognise Conquest House, a facility that helps vulnerable people. We all understand that, but I do find perplexing some of the objections to this being too close, that somehow occupants here will be, I think there was a representation from one of the residents that suggested that there would be lawlessness as a result of this, and crime would increase. And I think that's a massive stereotype of the traveller community, and a very unfair one. So whilst I recognise the concerns, like Councillor Wakeford, Councillor Jordan, I don't see a reason to object to this application on that basis. I think we've heard it'll be screened. will be managed properly. So I will propose that we approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll accept that proposal. And Councillor Davenport-Ray.
For me, the material consideration that this balances on is on LP 27, especially around that wording of how these sites will be very strictly limited in open countryside that is away from existing settlements. If we did not have the information we have now from the appeal of the nearby site, that LP 27 would cause me to be minded to refuse. But now that we know on a very similar appeal that that objection was not upheld, I'm minded to approve, and I would second Councillor Sanderson's motion to approve.
Thank you. I'll take that as a second for that proposal. Councillor Dew, would you like? Oh, sorry. Councillor McAdam.
Yeah, thank you. Myself and Councillor Sanderson went and visited the site very recently. I too share Tom's perplexement, if you like, at kind of attitudes towards gypsies and travelling people. There seems to be some kind of assumption here that they're some kind of troublemakers, and I don't believe that at all. In this, they are people who've got a right to live the way they do. Where we looked from the site across towards Conquest House, I had difficulty even making it out. So it's actually nowhere near it, and I don't even see what problem these people would cause to them anyway. I feel that the site itself is nice and compact. It's in quite a good location. Most of the things they need, like doctors and schools, etc., are within a short distance. And it seems to me that it doesn't matter where you try and put people, travellers and gypsies, somebody's going to object to something. There's always going to be some problem. I just feel that this particular application is probably about as good as we can get it, really. It meets a lot of the needs of the people. It mitigates against concerns against members in the community, and I would have no problem in voting with the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Dew.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've, other than Eric, I think I've been here longer than anyone else, and remember the previous gypsy strategies that came through. And part of the problem we've got here, and I don't think we should beat ourselves up over the fact we haven't got a policy. The government, of whatever colour over the years, has always lost their bottle at the last minute over what they expected us to do, because we had the grand strategy where we were asked to allocate sites, and then that was removed, and we were told we just had an overall need that we had to accomplish. And at that time, we were told we actually had fulfilled that need, and then the stats got revised, and as the officer said earlier, the need was found to be more than it is. So we have got what we've got, and I think one thing we've got to be able to do, and we've got to be brave and bold with the new local plan when it comes through, and actually, look at how we want to deal with these in the future. I mean, we've, as I say, between us and the various governments over the years, we've not really gripped this as well as we should. As other councillors have said, the sites are there and available, and we have to consider them. We can't just say we will or we won't. I think generally we've been quite good over the years, and we've had a lot of sites in various places with similar objections. And I think the one comfort I can give myself is I can't think of many that have totally failed. I travel around the district, and I remember, a site in various places, I'm not going to name them because I don't think it's fair to, where local people objected it was going to be the end of the world, and actually they've assimilated quite well into the local communities, and it's worked well. So I think what we need to do is not worry too much about those people who've got very fixed views. I don't think they've got anything to do with planning. I don't think they're planning reasons that we should even consider or speak about, to be honest with you. It's a question of, just fulfil the need for the travelling community. And you know, and I think it does. I mean, at the moment, that there is an unfulfilled need. This is a site that's acceptable. We've had it go before a government inspector who said the only reason for him refusing it, ignoring all the other reasons that have been brought forward again, but they've already been dealt with, was the actual situation near to Conquest House. The only thing I think we need to bother ourselves with is it now far enough away? If the answer to that is yes, we should probably pass it, and then agreeing with my colleagues of things like screening and access and whatever need to be looked at slightly, but they're well dealt with within the conditions. So I'm quite happy to say I'll be supporting it. Thank you. Better turn off now.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. My involvement with the previous application was quite deep, and I was one of the councillors that took it to or defended it at appeal. And the only, as stated by the officer, the only real thing that came out of this is the inspector's report. Pretty much everything else was okay, apart from his conclusion at 31, where he says, however, I have overriding concerns about the impact of the proposal on the residents of Conquest House, which I conclude would outweigh the benefits of the scheme. Now, that was of the original application, so does 75 yards, change everything? That's really what we're looking at. I mean, we visited the site. I visited the site with the inspector at the time. Some of the autistic people were using the garden area, I suppose you'd call it, and that, I think, persuaded him that that appeal should fail. I don't feel, I'll go along with my parish council, and I'll support the parish council and my MP, Shailesh Vara, when they all agree that it is possibly not enough to safeguard the residents of that establishment, and that's really the main reason why I won't support it. I also looked at LP27, and LP27E says there will not be a significant adverse effect on the amenity of nearby residents. Well, we're moving it 75 yards away from Conquest House, but we're moving it to within 35 yards of the development that's there, which I believe that is very valuable. And as the entrance and exit to this site is directly opposite houses, obviously at night there's going to be glare from lights and whatnot. So for that reason, I think it adversely affects the amenity of the local residents there. Let me just scroll through. I've made one or two more. I mean, it says in there that the development in open country side that is away from existing settlements. Well, on the Fen, I feel that 7 Houses is an existing settlement. They're quite sporadic on the Fen. So, I consider that is a settlement. And as I say, it's within 35 yards or metres of that. So, that's another reason why I'm afraid I can't support it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. We have before us a proposal from Councillor Sanderson to approve in line with the recommendations that are in the report, and Councillor Davenport-Ray has seconded that proposal. All those in favour of the proposal to approve?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And those that are against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And any abstentions? Then that has been approved. We will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is land at 16 Sand Road, Great Gransden. And our planning officer, Kevin Simpson, will be reporting to us on this particular application.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. So this application is agenda item 3B, which is pages 41 to 65 of the reports pack. And it relates to the erection of two-bedroom maisonettes on land adjacent to number 16 Sand Road in Great Gransden. The application has been submitted by Places for People, which is a local social housing provider. And the report has been brought before councillors because the officer's recommendation of approval differs from that of the parish council of refusal. Just to make members aware, there has been a late challenge regarding the serving of an appropriate notice on the tenant of number 16 Sand Road. However, the applicants have confirmed today that the completion of Certificate A, as the land is within their ownership, is the correct procedure, and Certificate A has been completed during the application process. We have, as the local planning authority, carried out all necessary consultations with the occupant of 16 Sand Road. So in planning terms, we've fulfilled our duty in that regard. There have been some objections from the parish council, as detailed in section 5.1 of the report. They consider it contrary to policy LP9, as they believe it's not a sustainable location, that it's unsympathetic to the surroundings, traffic and parking issues, overlooking of neighbouring gardens, and issues regarding the quality of the submission. We've also received 9 objections, one of which was after the report was prepared, but including in the late representations that were shared. And these are detailed as per section 6.1 of the report, and they relate to the loss of the garden area, not in keeping with the character of the area and would be harmful, parking provision and highway safety, lack of local amenity, disturbance during development, the development isn't needed, not in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, a risk of precedent for poorly designed infill development relating to materials, neighbour amenity, and the scale of the dwelling not in accordance with housing standards. Should be noted that there are no objections from Cambridgeshire County Council Highways or HDC's Trees and Landscapes officers, and it's also supported by the Huntingdonshire District Council Housing Policy Team. A point to note is that during the lifetime of the development, as is referenced in the report, the Great Gransden Neighbourhood Plan was adopted, and amongst other matters, it states that the need for further growth and development in the parish is understood, but this must not undermine the essential character of what is a small. Apologies. A new development should improve the affordability and diversity of housing stock to meet the parish needs as identified in the housing needs surveys and subsequent revisions. It further states that new development should be of minor scale with a focus on brownfield sites and infill. The most recent annual monitoring report for housing supply states that the availability of housing that is affordable is a major issue in the district, with a growing gap between average earnings and housing costs. During 2021 to 2022, 255 affordable homes were completed, and out of these, 37 were provided across the denoted small settlements, of which there are 73 of these across the district. To all intents and purposes, as you'll see from the slides I'm about to show you, the development has the appearance of a single dwelling. Were it not separated into the 2 units you're about to see, under the scheme of delegation, it would have been a delegated decision because there are no constraints such as a conservation area related to it. Officers consider that all of the matters raised have been considered in the report and can be effectively dealt with by way of condition. The slides will provide further context on these matters. Sorry, excuse me, I'm just getting the slides up. So the first slide that you see shows the location of the site in relation to number 16 Sand Roads, and you can see listed buildings in the vicinity, but none in the direct vicinity of the site, indicated in pink on the plan. Next slide. And that's an aerial view of the site, showing the relationship with 16 Sand Road. Note that the site to the northeast is now developed and forms part of the Dutton's Garden development, which was recently approved and has been developed, as you'll see from the later photographs. Next slide, please. And that's a partially hatched view, and that shows the Dutton Gardens development in place, which I was referring to there. And that's the red line plan, showing the site edged in red, and the site housing number 16 Sand Road edged in blue, just to indicate that that is under the ownership of Places for People as the applicants. This shows a general site layout, showing the garden areas that will be associated with the properties, and showing the separation distances between the dwelling to the northeast and number 16 Sand Road. And as I said, the appearance of a single dwelling, so that's the general arrangement. That will be the view towards the street scene, with the access to the first floor masonette provided by the door shown there that's being pointed to now. This is a general view of the site from the direction of Sand Road. So you can see 16 Sand Road to the right of the photograph there, and then 2 Dutton Gardens to the left. And that's a closer view of number 16 Sand Road, and a view of the side of number 2 Dutton Gardens, the southwest elevation. That's a closer view, so you can see the relationship of windows in regard to the development, a door at ground floor level and a window at first floor level. And that's a wider view of the site from within the 16 Sand Road garden. And another view showing the general condition and arrangement of the area at the moment. That's the land available to the side of number 2 Dutton Gardens, so the development site is to the right of that photograph. And that's an image taken from the side garden area of number 2 Dutton Gardens, so the development site would be to the left of that. And a view of the development site from within the boundary of 2 Dutton Gardens there, and you can see 16 Sand Road in the distance. And that's just a general wider view from the rear garden of number 2 Dutton Gardens. So the recommendation is to support with conditions relating to the time limit, accordance with approved plans, hard and soft landscaping, materials, levels information, obscure glazing, some details regarding the plant equipment because there's an air source heat pump included, biodiversity enhancement measures, submission of a tree protection plan, details of unexpected contamination, and general conditions relating to accessible and adaptable homes and water efficiency to ensure that space standards are met, and then matters relating to highways, which have been recommended by County Council Highways Department, relating to the provision of gates, the construction of the access, the provision of visibility displays, surface water drainage, and the provision of a metalled surface across the entrance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers for this particular application. Our first speaker is Councillor Andrew Pett from Great Gransden Parish Council. So when you're welcome, you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee, and if you just press the middle button.
Thank you. Good evening. There are several good planning reasons why Great Gransden Parish Council think this application should be refused. In 2018, a housing needs survey undertaken by Cambridgeshire Acre identified a need in the parish for 5 affordable houses. This survey has been used in a recent application in Great Gransden for 8 affordable houses, which was refused. Since that survey was undertaken, there have been 18 affordable houses built in the parish, 16 in Dutton Gardens and 2 at the bottom of Mandine Gardens. Based on these facts, it's clear that the local affordable housing needs have been met in what is defined as a small settlement. In a village that doesn't have a bus service worthy of the name, this means reliance upon cars. There have already been numerous complaints about parking in Sand Road, and especially, and this committee will know, the inadequate junction at the end of Sand Road, as this committee has dealt with in the past. Paragraph 11 of the NPPF sets out a presumption in favour of sustainable development, which we know. But it's the view of Great Gransden Parish Council that settling more and more people in what is designated as a small settlement without adequate means of sustainability is harmful. I quote, "The services and facilities in Great Gransden are limited." Not my words, but quoted from a recent HDC planning refusal decision based in the village. In addition, I quote from the neighbourhood plan, "The question of adequate infrastructure being in place in Great Gransden was a key concern expressed during public consultation on the neighbourhood plan. There is a shared concern that existing infrastructure constraints are not fully recognised by developers and decision makers." Now, the NPPF in Annex 2 specifically excludes in its definition of previously developed land in built-up areas such as residential gardens, and therefore it is our contention that this development will cause harm to neighbour amenity and the environment of the surrounding area by developing a garden area used by the resident for over 30 years. I now come to what I consider to be the seriously flawed scattergun slapdash element of this application. In the response from the HDC Policy and Enabling Officer, it states that, quote, "As you will be aware from the applications on garage sites in St Neots, we're 9 kilometres from St Neots. In the design, access and planning statement given 3 times by the applicant states that policy LP9, small settlements, supports development within Spaldwick. The planning officer describes this as a typo. Great Gransden is nothing like Spaldwick in typing terms. So where proposals are sustainable in relation to the services and infrastructure within the settlement and access to sustainable modes of travel, my point. Great Gransden takes the issue of planning very seriously indeed. We think it is vital that you hear the local views. And I've attended this committee on a number of occasions, as most of you know, over the past 8 years, particularly where our judgment does not accord with the views of the planning officer.
Councillor Pett, we've gone past our 3 minutes. Are you almost finished?
2 lines. For the most part, Great Gransden has spoken in vain, but on this occasion, we believe that this wholesale review of land by Places for People in Huntingdonshire, with their cut and paste mentality to planning, should not succeed on this garden in Sand Road.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you. You mentioned there's the junction at the end of Sand Road, that there are no objections from the County Council's, the Highway Authority. But what do you perceive to be the problem with that junction?
The problem with that junction was a problem, and Highways acknowledged that at the time. We had a problem with the lorries mounting the pavements. We had a problem with road safety. We've also got a problem along there with parking at the moment. There are loads and loads the picture taken at the time of the site has 2 cars parked in front of that site. That is a common occurrence in the evenings and overnight. So Sand Road is a problem. If you have the house that is presented, or the maisonettes that are presented, you're going to have 4 cars, 2 each parked in front of those. And therefore, if they're backing out onto Sand Road, we perceive that to be an even more dangerous situation than all the other accesses onto it, including Dutton Gardens, Williams Close, and also the Methodist Chapel lower down.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? No, there are no other questions. Thank you very much for addressing the committee, Councillor Pett. Our next speaker on this particular application is Councillor West. And I believe Councillor West
Chairman.
is
Good evening,
online.
Chairman. Can you hear me? Good evening, Chairman.
Evening.
Chairman, I'm very much in support of the Parish Council's comments and also of the residents. As their local member, I'm particularly proud of them because after a lot of hard work, which the officer touched on, volunteers actually adopted the Great Gransden Neighbourhood Plan. A lot of what has been said, can I just briefly explain why I'm in support of them? Chairman, the residents of the village understand the need for further growth and development in the parish. However, this must not undermine the essential character of what is a small rural community. The village, after consultation and hard work from volunteers, submitted a Great Granson neighbourhood plan, which was adopted in March 2023. It was not an approved document forming part of the development plan at the time of the application submitted for determination, which I found very disappointing. I understand from planning terms, Chairman, but disappointed that Great Granson neighbourhood plan cannot have more consideration because this is something for the future. Nevertheless, shows the residents and the parish council seek to preserve the historic essential character of the village. This application does not. I consider it would be contrary to policy LP9 of the local plan due to lack of sustainability in relation to services and connections with services. Within the reports are details of services available. Not sure if available services meet policy LP9, which is heavily dependent on car use, Jim. Essential on car use. Unsympathetic to the surroundings, residential environment, and will harm neighbourhood amenity and the surrounding area by developing a garden area used by a resident for many years. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor West. Are there any questions for Councillor West? There are no questions, so thank you for addressing the committee, Councillor. Our next speaker on this particular application is an objector, Mr. Thompson. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. No, I'm afraid we can't do that.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to let me speak this evening. My name is Grant Thompson and I am a resident of Great Gransden and live in a neighbouring property to the proposed development. I've also been asked to speak on behalf of my neighbour at 16 Sand Road, who due to work commitments was unable to attend this evening. I'm a construction industry professional who's well versed with understanding documents submitted as part of a planning application, and since being notified of the proposals, I've raised a number of concerns which are noted in my objection letters uploaded to the portal. It's also worth noting that I also sought advice from a qualified architect to review technical aspects of the proposals. There are 3 points I would like to make. The first one is highways and pedestrian safety. In my opinion, the application fails to demonstrate an appropriate consideration for highway safety, and I can only assume a highways review has been carried out as a desktop study. The development creates a dangerous junction due to insufficient visibility distances for both reversing vehicles and oncoming traffic, and is not compliant with guidance published in statutory legislation, the Manual for Streets 2, dated 2010. Unfortunately, I've got a document that I'd like to have shared with you, so I'll talk about it anyway. I have attached a dimension drawing which demonstrates in a simple manner that oncoming vehicles travelling at least 30 miles an hour do not have visibility of reversing vehicles until the oncoming traffic is well within the stopping zone of 23 metres, causing a collision. As the dimension plan shows, I cannot see how this is acceptable to be approved. I have physically stood in the proposed positions and the visibility is clearly obstructed by the 2.5 metre hedgerow outside of the side boundary and many parked cars on Sand Road. In addition to the above, around 15 children, including my own, live on the neighbouring new Hayfield housing development, Dutton Gardens, and have to walk to and from the local primary school, Barnabas Ole, on a daily basis. I'm extremely concerned about their safety as pedestrians, with 4 tandem parked cars coming in and out and likely manoeuvring into different positions. My next point I'd like to make is need for local housing. Having read the recent neighbourhood plan, I can see that the recent Hayfield Homes new housing development has met the needs identified within the plan. Therefore, I cannot see why the development is being considered if there is not a local need. The last point I would like to make is the treatment of the tenant at 16 Sand Road. On notification of the planning application earlier in the year,
I've been in regular communication with the long-standing tenant of 16 Sand Road, Linda Thomas. As of today, she is yet to be contacted by her landlord, Places for People, advising or consulting her of their intentions. As you can imagine, she is very distraught by the proposals, having lived there for 31 years, to find out that her well-kept garden is being reduced by 50%. Overall, I'm extremely concerned that due to nationwide housing shortages, compromises are being made to current planning rules by approving schemes like this to meet targets. I really hope this is not the case. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you for coming to speak to us this evening. You mentioned that you're also a resident from nearby the site. If the committee is minded to approve this, it will create 2 homes with 2 gardens. If you think about the gardens in your neighborhood, will those gardens be of similar scale? Will they be larger? Will they be smaller? What's your view of that?
It's difficult to say, really. I mean, the garden that the gardens that are being proposed are probably similar scale to the surrounding houses. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no more questions, so thank you very much for addressing the committee. So that is all our speakers for this particular application. So we will move on for questions of clarification to our planning officer. Is there anyone with a question? Councillor Niche.
Sure you're ready for this one, Kevin? It's in bold anyway, but I just want you to make clear to the rest of the planning committee about what actually we mean with the Great Granson Plan, which should have a lot of weight, but therefore wasn't adopted at the time when the application was in. But to my mind, we do take full note of the adopted plan today. I just wanted you to explain that to the rest of the committee, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so once a neighbourhood plan is adopted, we give great weight to that, in some cases even more so than the local plan. So certainly, yes, it is a key factor in the determination of this application and something important for consideration, definitely, yes.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you for the report. It was very thorough, but I do have a few questions. One of the speakers from the Parish Council has mentioned the NPPF and some of the definitions that are included in the appendix around previously developed land and how that specifically excludes land in built-up areas such as residential gardens. Could you tell us a little bit about how you considered that piece of legislation in your deliberations and how much weight you attached to it?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I believe that it all relates to the consideration on the impact of the character of an area. So we don't actually have a policy in our local plan or indeed in the neighbourhood plan to prevent developments of residential gardens. There were, in a previous local plan, limitations on what we refer to as backland development, whereas the development of a rear residential garden, for example, could have a detrimental impact on the character of an area where there wasn't any examples of backland development, for example. In this case, whilst I do take on board it is the development of a garden, to all intents and purposes, it is an infill development to the side of a row of houses, or not necessarily a row, but to side of houses in between 2 established dwellings. There's no detrimental impact, in my opinion, on the character of the area. It wouldn't relate to limited gardens for the proposed development or a limited garden for the resident of 16 Sand Road, albeit it is reducing their garden slightly.
Councillor Dew.
Thank you very much. Just a question on housing policy. Am I right in thinking, despite the fact that there's no local need as such for affordable housing, the policy that we should be looking at here is the district-wide one with the needs across the district for affordable housing, and should be considering it on that basis? Oh, that's me. Sorry, I apologise.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so it's not necessarily, although the reference to affordable housing is made in there, it's not necessarily relative to that. It's whether it's acceptable the development that's proposed is acceptable, regardless of what the development is for, I suppose you would say. It's just included for clarity, if that makes sense.
If I could just come in and perhaps add to that, I think as Kevin has rightly assessed in his application, this land is inside the built-up area, so it's taking our suite of policies as a whole. If this was contrary to policy in the case officer's assessment, that's where we may then give weight to this being an affordable unit, but it isn't necessary for this to be affordable to be considered on its own merits against our wider suite of policies, both in the local plan and in the Great Gransden neighbourhood plan.
So what we're saying is we don't have to take that into account because it's not, as you say, because the other policies have got there. If, however, the policies hadn't supported that, we may then have to take it into account anyway, but at the moment, so that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor McAdam.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard the word, opinion mentioned, which of course is not objective, it's subjective. One person's opinion will be different to another. In the conclusion, it talks about it's acceptable in principle and is not significantly harmful to the character or appearance of the area. Well, having gone and had a look at this, I would tend to disagree with that. My opinion would be the opposite. I do have concerns about the treatment of the neighbour next door who's been looking after this for 30 odd years. But I'm very keen on looking after the environment. And it says it is acceptable with regards to the impact on biodiversity, is acceptable with regards to its impact on trees, and the like further down in the recommendation, it talks about conditions for biodiversity enhancement. Given that given this development would actually destroy mature tree at the front, and also a very well mature hedge, which no doubt supports a lot of biodiversity. How is it actually expected to achieve biodiversity enhancement? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So the application was accompanied by a preliminary ecological appraisal. So that gave a full appraisal of the ecological value of the site, which is what I've based the determination on, where I've dealt with the biodiversity matters earlier on in the report. I do take on board the issues regarding removal of hedgerows and trees, etc. What I would say is, because there are no tree preservation orders in place and because it's outside of a conservation area, they're not afforded any formal protection, and so they could be removed at any time with no control of the local planning authority. There will be some works to what is a currently maintained residential garden. So it's likely that the value in terms of biodiversity would be low there, given its maintained appearance at present. But when it comes down to biodiversity enhancements, you can mitigate any loss by the provision of, for example, there'll be additional soft landscaping included as part of this scheme. So grass is proposed, there will be hedgerows, etc., which will form part of a soft landscaping condition. But also further than that, there's often requirements for things like bird boxes, bat boxes, etc., and a timescale for implementation in regards to the timeframe of the development would be included as part of those biodiversity enhancement matters. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard from one of the speakers about concerns of traffic entering and leaving the site. And sometimes when these applications come before us, the applicant has provided some visibility displays that we can look at to help us decide. But I've seen in your report and in the conditions you've added that those are, if we're minded to approve, those would come after the fact. So how do we satisfy ourselves about what will happen next, given that they're not provided before we make a decision.
Thank you, Councillor. So we've consulted Cambridgeshire County Council as the Highways Authority, who is specialists in the field with regard to highway safety, and they've raised no objections. So to a degree, that's what I have to work with, not being a specialist in that field myself. They have recommended a condition to deal with visibility displays, which would indicate that they think that those can be achieved. I guess in the wider context of considering highway safety, there is currently no control over how the existing dwellings enter and leave the site. So, i.e. vehicles could reverse from their driveways. There is nobody controlling the fact that hedges may become overgrown, etc., and interrupt those visibility displays. But I think the County Council as the Highways Authority, if they consider a situation is developing which might have an impact, they can take action. For example, double yellow lines to prevent people parking. They can, as my understanding, they can take enforcement action over somebody who's allowing their hedge to overgrow a footpath and obscure a visibility display. So that would be my response, I think, to that question. Thank you.
Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. Reference was made by one of the speakers to the engagement with the tenant at number 16 currently, and you made reference in introduction as well. I just wonder if officers would wish to clarify for us what is and is not relevant to a planning consideration for us this evening in terms of engagement by the applicant towards one of its tenants.
Thank you, Councillor. So I've been advised by the applicants that they have written to the tenant and that they have, one of the neighbourhood wardens has visited the tenant as well. We have also undertaken consultations as required under planning. So there were revised plans that were received, and I believe the occupant of number 16 was written to 3 times. In terms of notification, regarding what the applicant does with the tenant, that's not really something I can advise on other than what they've explained, but they did submit Certificate A as part of their application process to say that they own the land, and they've confirmed to me that they're satisfied that they have dealt with that accordingly, as is recognised.
Councillor Slade.
Yes, thank you. My question's about conditions. So there's quite a long list of conditions. How do we enforce that over time?
Thank you. Yes, so the conditions are worded so they have a biting point, for want of a different phrase, so that they are imposed at certain times of the scheme. So, for example, it could be no development beyond slab level will be agreed until details of materials are submitted, details of hard and soft landscaping, and there can be different reasons. So, for example, it might be the highways conditions say no occupation of the dwelling will be allowed until details of the visibility displays are provided, etc. So everything that we impose has got a trigger point. And of course, if they're not complied with, we can deal with those through the normal planning enforcement process.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of clarification? As there are no more questions of clarification, we'll move on to the debate. Who would like to start the discussion? Councillor Goulson, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Visiting the site, I can understand the concerns of parking and so on, but the one thing that came to my mind was that you've either got to reverse into the site or reverse out into that highway, and I do have reservations of it. It does seem to be an over-intensification of the site to try and put it as 2 maisonettes, and of which only one will be accessible and adaptable because of the first floor. They won't be able to get any lifts in, etc. And it seems to say that they seem to have it must have a specific factor that stops it being accessible and adaptable. If it was one property, I would be more than happy with this, because the parking, you could get in and out of the site in forward gear. But it's not what we've got in front of us. I understand that, but it just seems slightly an intensified site. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Councillor Niche.
We're batting fingers between each other. Again, when I visited the sites, I looked at it and thought, actually, the struggle I get is the highways issue. And then when I went and read the report again, I thought they've actually said they don't see a problem, which is where I struggle with it, because actually my view, which is not a professional view, but just a view from a road user, shall we say, I think it is an issue. But clearly, highways have said, you know what, it's not. So that would be one of the I do think it's slight intensification, only because of the highways issue. But the difficulty I have is that on a Reed County Council, we would really difficult to uphold that one and go against that one. So I just thought I'd mention my main issue is actually the highways one, but I'm flummoxed on it, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. I'm not sure it much mattered whether Councillor Niche or I went first, because we've made to make a fundamentally similar point. I agree that the highways issue appears to certainly give me cause for most interest in looking carefully, but in view of the advice we've had and the lack of objection from the competent authority, were we to reject this on highways grounds, we'd, I think, not be in a strong position when we came to an appeal, and has been made reference to by Councillor Slade. There are a great number of conditions which we would lose the ability to place upon this application in the event it went to an appeal and the inspector made a decision back the other way again instead. I think the fact that, as we heard earlier, these houses are to be affordable is in a sense secondary, because we don't need to get as far as considering the additional value they bring to our affordable housing need as affordable houses, given the application does appear to stand on its own 2 feet otherwise. But the fact these houses would be affordable is clearly of additional value to the district as well, and I think is welcome. The points around building on garden area, I think, are well made earlier, and certainly on the face of it, that is an area where authorities might wish to have policies. As has been flagged, we don't have a policy basis for as far as I can see, rejecting an application on grounds it's development of a residential garden, as paragraph 7.8 of the report flags. The MPPF flags plans should consider the case for setting out such policies, but we don't have one, and there isn't one in the neighbourhood plan either. That said, I am pleased we were able to reassure Councillor West, not that we saw his reaction on a video, to the fact that the neighbourhood plan is for us to consider this evening. I think it's an excellent neighbourhood plan. As we've discussed it elsewhere in the council, it's a valuable addition to our sort of suite of planning policies in the Great Granston area. But I think it also supports the application in front of us, as I think the report has set out, and the suggestion of new development being of minor scale with a focus on brownfield sites and infill feels like what we have before us as infill, of course, not a brownfield site. So I'm certainly minded, I think, towards supporting this application. I won't make a proposal at this early point in the debate if there are others wishing to speak. Otherwise, I'll come back again.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wakeford. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I cannot see any material planning reasons to decline the application. I do understand the concerns about the highway issues, but again, Cambridgeshire County Council, as the local highway authority, have raised no objection to that. And the engagement with the applicants and their tenant whatever the reason that it's felt that wasn't adequate, I don't think we can take that into account. The land is owned by the applicant. The residence at number 16 rents their property from the same people. So, whilst I have sympathy, I don't see any reason to decline this. And I can see some reasons for approving it. So I propose that we approve the application.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll go along and second that proposal, if I may. I don't have a great issue with this one. The houses have been set back in relation to number 2, so we've all got concerns about highways, parking, but had this been a single dwelling, it would probably still have 4 cars parked out the front of it, so that's really not a material consideration. And also, we've got no leg to stand on if we refuse it, and on the grounds of highways and parking. So there you go. That's all we can do with it, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. We have a proposal to approve, and we have a seconder in Councillor Butler. So all those who approve this particular application, can you please raise your hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Any against? Any abstentions? So that is approved. Thank you. We will move on to our next item on the agenda, which is 3C, which is an outbuildings rear of 30 and 32 High Street, St Neots. We will have our planning officer, Kevin Simpson, reporting to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is pages 67 to 104 of the reports pack, and it relates to the demolition of derelict outbuildings and the residential development of 7 dwellings to the rear of 30 to 32 High Street in St Neots. The proposal is at Development Management Committee, as the officer's recommendation of approval differs from that of the Town Council. This was previously part of a full technical details application, which gained permission in principle under application number 20-01812 PIP. The reason that a new submission has come in is because when this full technical details consent was submitted as part of the earlier permission in principle, there was a slightly adjusted red line, so it had to be withdrawn and resubmitted as a full application. Just to make you aware of some developments that, as was on the late representation sheet, the fire service raised some concerns regarding access, but they've agreed that a condition imposing automatic fire suppression systems such as sprinklers will be an acceptable compromise after their assessment of the site. And that will be detailed as written prior to occupation of the dwellings and retained as such in perpetuity. Some contact has also been received regarding the removal of the temporary fence between the development site and what is now known as Samuel Emery Mews. I will come on to that further later, but it's just to make members clear that that was a condition of an earlier permission for the development of Samuel Emery Mews to achieve the reinstatement of the Burgish plot type development. So that was approved in 2018. So the applicant for this application has no control over that condition that's on there. It was just a condition when the northern part of the site is developed. And just a further update, point 7.29 requires an update of the officer report regarding the tracking information, as these matters have actually been addressed due to the tracking plan which has been provided and is on the file, and urban design officers have confirmed they're satisfied with this. The report says that would be dealt with at a later date by way of condition. So we have objections from the Town Council, as detailed in section 5.1 of the report, which relate to parking and highways issues, impact on heritage assets, the design, appearance, materials and scale, and drainage and flooding. 5 further objections have been received from neighbouring residents, and these largely relate to the removal of the fence that I referred to earlier. One further comment had been made regarding the disruption during the development stages and potential overlooking and loss of privacy, which have all been addressed in the officer report. All other matters in the report have been addressed using consultee responses or can be managed by condition, either imposed by us and recommended by relevant consultees. We've been quite fortunate that in terms of the development, given the history of the site, the earlier submission of the application, the District Council's Urban Design and Conservation team have been consulted from an earlier stage, and they've supported the applicant in achieving the design that you're going to see before you, and it is in line with what they consider acceptable for this location. There are no objections from any consultees subject to conditions to the development taking place, and crucially, Historic England and Archaeology have both been consulted and no objections were raised, again subject to conditions which would be applied in the event of support of the application. In terms of the fence that I referred to, this is, as I shall demonstrate on the plans, which I shall show you shortly, when the southern half of the Windmill Road development was completed. It's part of a wider development of what's known as Mary's Urban Village, allocated under policy SN1 of the local plan. And one of the key themes of placemaking in relation to that is ensuring pedestrian connectivity, both to the High Street and Brook Street, so north-south. So that condition was imposed when Samuel Emery Mews, as it's now known, was developed, to say a temporary fence will be included as part of the hard and soft landscaping scheme, but upon development of the northern half of the site, which is you're going to see this evening, the fence shall be removed. I just want to be clear that the condition only references the removal of the fence, and it doesn't reference that we're creating a right-of-way by doing that. It simply requires the removal of the fence under that condition, under occupation of the development. Just going on to the next section, bear with me for a second. Okay, so yes, as I said, the aim of the redevelopment of these sites is the reinstatement of the traditional Burgage plot development, as I shall show you on the slides, and the access between the High Street and Brook Street, which once existed. And similar access is available through the Farrier Court development, which is to the left, to the west of this site. So just moving on to the slides. This shows the location of the site with the hatching over it, and Samuel Emery Mews, as you can see, to the south. And the surrounding listed buildings, which are highlighted in pink there, and the location of the War Memorial that you can see just on that section there. The next slide is an aerial view of the site, just showing the buildings which are earmarked for demolition, and the yellow line at the very bottom in front of the row of cars shows where the fence is that I'm referring to. You can't see Samuel Emery Mews on that, but of course it's now developed. That shows the red line plan, and again the bottom part of the red line of course shows the fence and the surrounding Samuel Emery Mews development. That's just a wider site plan, so you can see the layout and the 7 dwelling units as proposed. And that's just a site plan showing the ground floor plans in relation to the surrounding development, with Farrier Court to the top and the other half of Windmill Road beneath. That's a further ground floor plan, just showing more detail as to what the layout of the site, the properties will be. And a first floor plan of the property showing their arrangement. And the second floor plans there. So that's a view of the development site from the High Street. So there'll be absolutely no change to the view from the High Street, and you can see the access into Windmill Row highlighted there with the red lines either side of it. And that shows the front elevations of the properties. So the site we're referring to is to the right-hand side. You can see the arch in the centre there and the property to the right of that, which is part of Samuel Emery Mews. And this will be a continuation of that, of that site. And the rear elevations of the site, note there is only one rear window shown there. That will be conditioned as obscure glazed, and the method of opening will be controlled in the event of the application being approved by the Architectural Details Permission to ensure that it doesn't have any impact on residential amenity. Urban Design have made an assessment regarding the roof lights and have got no concerns regarding overlooking and loss of privacy to the development to the west, which is Farriers Court. That's a sectional drawing that shows the relationship of the proposed dwellings with the Farriers Court development. And that's just a wider view showing some sectional details in relation to the properties that form part of the back of high street dwellings or buildings and the Windmill Row houses. So these are some interesting slides that you're going to see now. So this is, we've got the benefit of some historic pictures here. So this is a historic view of Windmill Row and what it used to look like before demolition. And this is what we're aiming to achieve as part of this redevelopment. And that's a wider view of the actual site. And you can see the buildings earmarked for demolition in the hatched in blue and the surrounding development of Windmill Row with High Street to the right there. And what is now Samuel Emery Mews to the left, and of course St Mary's Church, as you can see there. That's just a closer view. These photographs are believed to be from the 1950s. And the next slide. So this is taken in 1975, and that just shows the dwellings which now form part of Samuel Emery Mews. They've been demolished and redeveloped. The workshop buildings are to the right of that photograph, and you can see Windmill House as it exists, just where Julie's pointing there. And then that's just a white late 1970s view of Windmill Row, and you can see Windmill House there to the right of the photograph. I believe this wasn't long before demolition. So that's as it is today. So that's Samuel Emery Mews and what it looks like. You can see the fence, which I referred to earlier, to the bottom there. What I would say is when you're looking at this photograph, just note the differences in ridge heights, the detail provided by the chimneys, and the contouring of the property. So it's really been carefully designed to try and reinstate that historic environment. And the next slide, please. That's just a wider view. So it shows the fence that will be removed. And you can see the archway I referred to there and the property to the right of that. So basically the development starts to the right-hand side of that. The dwellings to the right-hand side are those which are visible from Church Walk and the War Memorial. I think there's some slides of that. So that's just a view into the site from the direction of Samuel Emery Mews. And just a wider view into the site with Windmill House, as you can see on the right-hand side. So that's a view of the development from the direction of the War Memorial. I felt this was important to include because of the concerns that St Neots Town Council had raised. So as you can see, the existing Samuel Emery Mews development is quite prominent from there. And I think you can just see the ridgeline of Windmill House in the background there. And of course, the development will be the opposite side of that. So it just gives you an indication as to where that would be. And that's just a wider view. Again, you've got the rear of Samuel Emery Mews there and Windmill House that Julie's pointing to there. That's a view of the site from the high street. So you can see the outbuildings that are proposed for demolition. And then just a view stepped back. And that's the view from the high street showing the access proposed from the high street into the development. So the recommendation is to approve with conditions relating to cycle and bin storage, materials and architectural details, hard and soft landscaping to include boundary treatments, bollards and demarcation of the parking area, obscure glazing and means of opening, details of finished floor levels, the provision of the water fire suppression system, noise mitigation and compliance with the demolition plan, implementation timeframe for biodiversity enhancements, and compliance with an air quality impact assessment, the removal of permitted development rights given the relatively limited small rear plots and the relationship with the Farrier Court development, details related to contamination, archaeological matters, highways conditions, which are similar to the hard landscaping with the demarcation of parking, conditions from the lead local flood authority, biodiversity matters and compliances with LP25 and LP12, which we have as standards conditions to development such as this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that thorough report. We have 2 speakers for this particular application. Our first speaker is Nick Havison, who is an objector to this particular application. Welcome. You have 3 minutes in which to address the committee, and when you're ready, you can press the middle button.
Thank you very much. Basically, I'll just read out a brief statement for noting and hopefully recording as said today. I'm speaking on behalf of all of the objectors of Samuel Emery Mews as it speaks at the moment. Our objections are already well documented, but as a brief addition and statement, we have the following to be added and noted. Our issues are around the officer comments on the removal of the fence to the north of Samuel Emery Mews, as previously discussed. Document Development Managed Committee, 19th June 2023, section 6.1. The note says this is to ensure that pedestrian access is achieved north-south, High Street to Brook Street, as required by policy SN1, previously discussed. Recent developments have highlighted really to us that this isn't actually a planning issue. The matter has now been referred, I believe, to HDC Legal for advice by Mr. Kevin Simpson of HDC, who's been in communication via email, and we're awaiting replies at the moment. He was last emailed on the 12th of June. I believe there's been a response today, which is still outstanding. In summary, the planning consent for Samuel Emery Mews does not provide for pedestrian access. Pedestrian access between the High Street and Brook Street isn't possible as Samuel Emery Mews is a private road, therefore no public right of way. Removal of the fence will not grant public access right of way, as already spoken about before and agreed. Where are we? As a private road, the residents of Samuel Emery Mews are legally responsible for any liability surrounding injury, damage or illness suffered by members of the public or their property. In the event of trespass or accident on Samuel Emery Mews, we would be obliged to pass the claim on to HDC if action were brought against us as Samuel Emery Mews. This is based on the fact that effectively HDC are actively encouraging pedestrian access north-south from the High Street to Brook Street. We request that the issue is resolved prior to planning being granted.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you for coming to speak to us. I'm curious about, so you have a selection of houses in Samuel Emery Mews. Do you own the street in common? Is there a management company that owns the street? How does that work?
The street owns, as far as I'm aware, the street owns the road. There's no management committee or anything, no.
Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions, so thank you very much for addressing the committee.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is the applicant, Mr. Udan Ayu. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Thank you.
Good evening. Right, planning in principle was secured on 5th of March 2021. So the principle of development of 6 to 9 dwellings has already been established on the site. We've worked with HDC's urban design and conservation officers over the last 1.5 years to achieve a high quality and sympathetic design. We've also consulted with other specialist departments, taking their recommendations into consideration to arrive at this proposal. We've had no objection. In fact, we've had support from the conservation team, urban design, environmental health, agricultural officer, landscape team, operations, that's the waste team, highways, the county council, archaeology, historic England, Anglian Water, lead local flood authority, environmental agency, and National Grid Gas. In fact, we've had overwhelming support except from the town council and a few neighbors. Town council's objections are to do with parking and turning, but the experts, that's the highways, have actually supported, and we've embraced every recommendation they've given us. There's been concern about listed building and conservation area. We're again guided by the urban design and conservation team, and we've embraced every suggestion, and they've now supported the design. There's been a concern about appearance and materials. We're guided by urban design and conservation, and we're in keeping with adjacent recent developments while retaining the historic character. There's been concern about scale. We're guided by urban design and conservation. Drainage and flooding, we're guided, and we've embraced the LLFA and environmental agency comments. The objections from Samuel Emery Muse regards disruption during development stages, which is easily addressed by the proposed condition that talks about development. There's been concern about overlooking and a loss of privacy, which is addressed by the proposed separation distances, the general lack of first floor windows in the rear wings of the proposed dwelling. And it seems the biggest bone of contention is this fence. Now, I'll try to articulate myself and make it clear that we're not, either way, we don't mind if the fence stays or removes. It's not in my purview to remove the fence. Samuel Emery Muse itself, the only reason they exist today is because there was a condition 14, which said that fence has to be removed. It doesn't affect either positively or negatively this. And in conclusion, I respectfully ask that the application is granted. The final design has been arrived after working diligently for a year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I have a question about if the committee is minded to approve, once the homes are built, will Windmill Row become a private road?
It's a very good question. No, it will not be a private road. At the moment, it's internally maintained, but we've signed an agreement for bin collection, and it will be maintained just like any other road.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Slade.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask about construction, so access for vehicles to actually deliver and build these homes?
Thank you. We have a construction statement, and the general plan is that we would have a cherry picker on site at all times that would always take all deliveries. On no occasion will any development material come through the Emery Muse development. It will come directly onto site. That site is actually being served by about 10 to 12 vehicles at the moment, so it is being plied regularly. So we're not changing anything, and we've actually had a statement that has been supported by the powers that be. Thank you.
Can I ask you a second question? So you're expecting heavy goods vehicles to be on the main road, on the high street, to be dropping off materials, yeah?
No. What we're expecting to do is that the development itself the design of the development is a brick-built design. Now, all deliveries onto the site, because it's off the high road, will come on low-bed vehicles, and that will be taken off by a forklift and back into the site. The only resident on that site at the moment is Windmill Row Cottage. So what I'm trying to say is that there will be no deliveries from the rear, from Samuel Emery Muse, and we will, on no occasion, we will block the high street. We will just stand right in front. We'll have delivery times and the delivery goes into the site and comes out of the site. We expect the the development period to take about 12 months max.
Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. This is just whilst you're sitting here, and it's a clarification, I think, which you probably already preempted me on this one. It's whether the road is adopted or not adopted, because I think that was the question you were asking, as opposed to being private or non-private. I think it's just the clarification of, is this going to be an adopted road or an unadopted one? Because I was reading through as an unadopted access, shall we say, as opposed to road.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it's very much within the gift of the applicant. It's not something really that I can advise on. Some developments happen and there's a management company involved and they become private. Some are adopted. Some are adopted some years after, when the county council, if they adopt it, are happy with what's been done. So at this stage, it's not really something I could be clear on, I'm afraid.
Councillor Jordan.
So to go back to that point, so the clarification is who is going to maintain that road? Will it be the applicant? Sorry, I just want that clarified.
Yeah, it really would probably be for the applicant to answer that question, because it's within their gift to decide what happens following the development, if you like.
Thank you, Councillor. The proposal within the planning application is for us to have a management company that actually manages the road itself. But there's no, either way, we're very happy for the council to adopt it. If it's, and you know, there's no emotion either way.
Councillor Dew.
Just across the officer, as we're saying that there's no right of access from one end to the other, why on earth would the same council ever adopt it? I can't see why we'd want to. If we adopted it, surely then it would be for the point of having the right of access. If there's no access, I mean, the access is going to be open all the way, but there's no actual right of access. We wouldn't, you know, if we were to adopt it, surely we'd almost walk into creating a right of access, which is something we've said we don't want on it. So, and I think, to be fair, the applicants made it quite clear there's a management company who will be running it. So I don't see why we need it to have public ownership here. We just need to know someone's going to be maintaining it. And the applicants quite clearly told us that the management company will do that. Is that how I'm reading it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think the difficulty is that we couldn't necessarily enforce it. So it's within the gift of the applicant what they decide to do moving forward. So I can only, because I'm not well versed in land ownership and that sort of issue and providing rights of way, it's not really something I can give a clear response on in planning terms. I can only refer back to the fact that the only reason this has come up as an issue is because of the previous condition on the 2018 application, which the applicant here has no control over at all. It was imposed because, as part of placemaking, which is, you know, the general theme of what we're trying to achieve, that was part of the key aims, if you like, of the wider development of the St Mary's urban village, which is why that condition was imposed at that time. Obviously, during the passage of time, different things happen, and this is when it becomes a civil matter between the two parties as to land ownership, etc.
Get it clear in my own mind for the benefit of colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this speaker? Thank you. There are no more questions, so thank you very much for addressing the committee. Now we come to questions of clarification for our planning officer. Are there any questions? Councillor Jordan.
It is around the removal of the fence, and the fact is people will see they can walk from there right the way through. So that is surely some sort of legal point. And will HDC be liable in any way? I mean, how are you going to stop people from doing it? You can't stop people doing it. If people see a right of way, they're going to just use it. I'm just slightly confused about it from HDC's point of view.
So we'll bring in legal.
Evening, members. Rights of way are very confusing because you can have public rights of way across private land, which you get with farmers' fields and things like that, where there's footpaths, or you can get private rights of way. This one is St Maloes Embreys Mews is, we think, private, but we've been waiting for clarification from the County Council, who hold the conclusive proof. It's called the definitive map in relation to footpaths, and it'll have footpaths, bridleways, things like that on it. In terms of vehicular traffic, there's going to be bollards at one end. So using the term adopted is probably incorrect, because normally adoption means it's what's called a Section 38 agreement you might have heard of, but basically it's where new roads are adopted, which means that they are built by the developers, they are put on a notice period, and if they're all fine by the end of 12 months, the County Council come along and thereafter they're responsible for that in perpetuity. That's not the case with this private estate, but it's not really for us to say, because there's bollards and because there's this, there's that, we have to have that feedback from our consultee. In terms of liability, the council would have no liability because the district council, for a start, are not a highway authority, and it's private. The people who bought on that estate would have done so using solicitors who could have checked that there was a planning application with regards to the back fence, and that there was a condition of that planning application that fence be removed. This is why solicitors carry out their due diligence in terms of conveyancing and things like that. So there could perhaps be a remedy of those objectors who are unhappy with how things have panned out to go back to their firms. So sorry, it is quite difficult because the council can't be responsible. And whilst you can say the fence coming down can give the illusion that a way has been created, that's a kind of common sense approach, which is true, but unfortunately common sense doesn't always dwell in planning and legal. And so that formal route has not been created. It's not been created, it's just by almost ambivalence of taking down a fence, it's going to have that knock-on effect. But what we can do to stop it, I don't know.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that's really helpful, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor McAdam.
Thank you, Chair. Could we have some clarification on the accessibility of fire vehicles and other emergency vehicles that may need to get down there? It does seem rather narrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so the tracking information they provided was assessed by the urban design team. So for vehicles such as ambulance, delivery vehicles, etc., there was clear access into the site, manoeuvrability into and out of. When we consulted the fire service, as was in the late representations, they did raise some concerns regarding the access. Some of those surrounded the theme of considering what would happen if, say, a fire appliance broke down when trying to provide access. Would the crew members be able to get hold of all the equipment they needed to fight the fire, etc.? But whilst they did raise those concerns, they considered that they could be mitigated, and they actually referred to in developments where these standards cannot be met, we recommend that the fire suppression systems be included as part of the development, which is why we've agreed that a condition would be imposed in the event that the application is supported in that regard. Thank you.
Councillor Gorson.
Thank you. Just for confirmation, I'm trying to see on these, you may have mentioned it, but the bin locations, where can you identify where the bin locations are, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so this is actually a matter that the operations and waste team have said they can actually deal with after, in the event of an approval. So the original proposal has got bin storage. I'll just wait for my colleague to bring the PowerPoint slide up for me. But to the north of the site, so the dwelling on the north has got provisions for bin storage next to it. So bin storage would be secured by condition, so we would want to make sure that it was appropriate for what was being provided. The reason why it's not been completely clarified at the moment is because operations have suggested that they might consider communal bins would be a more appropriate form of collection. I think they were mainly concerned about if individual bins were provided, would they have to be brought out to the high street on collection days, thus creating an obstruction, whereby they said dealing with a communal bin would probably be the preferred option, but they have said that that would be acceptable to deal with it that way. You can just see it on the right, the left of that picture that Julie's got there. So that was the proposed bin access. But as I say, yes, it would all be dealt with by way of condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davenport-Ray?
Yes, I think Councillor Slade and I are probably very familiar with SN1 and some of the plans that have been in place for this area of St. Neots. And that the overall idea of the scheme was to mimic those Burgage plots that you gave us photographs of from the past. And so in reading SN1, it says a successful development of the site will require, I think that require has quite a strong material weight to it, provision of vehicular access points from Brook Street and pedestrian access points from High Street and Church Walk. So those are the requirements of development permitted through SN1. So how much weight did you apply to that in your deliberations, given that the application in front of us does not have vehicular access from Brook Street and does not have pedestrian access from, no, it does have pedestrian access from the High Street. And was that taken into consideration with the application from the residents who we've heard from tonight?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so the St Mary's Urban Village, as you said, you've got some experience of it, relates to a development of quite an, I wouldn't say extensive site, but as an allocated site within St Neots. So some of it has already been developed as what you'll see now is Farrier Court, Samuel Emery Mews, where there is vehicular access. So as part of the entire development, there is vehicular access from Brook Street into those developments, which all form part of the St Mary's Urban Village. And this will allow vehicular access from the High Street as well. There is also connectivity provided north-south between Farrier Court, which I believe is vehicular as well, although we wouldn't recommend that use, but pedestrian access to those 2 points. So I suppose cumulatively, what I would say is, although it comes in piecemeal, it does meet the terms of the requirements of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Niche.
Thank you. Mine's just a very quick one because I'm pretty sure you mentioned it, because it's not in here, was the automatic suppression system is in conditions, but it's not in our list, but I think you've put it in the late reps that it will be on the list.
That's correct, yes. So it's in the late reps. It's included as a condition, and it's actually a condition that we have to agree the wording of non-standard conditions with the applicant. So the applicant has had sight of what we're proposing and is accepting of that condition in the event of an approval. Thank you.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Kevin knew I had a few this evening, I think. 7.27 of your report, and I think you're probably just paraphrasing what the highways officer has provided here. It says the reduction in movements in comparison with its current use would be an improvement. When you look at the site, you can see it's derelict, so I would think the movements would be very few at the moment. How do you interpret that information from the highways consultee?
So thank you, Councillor. So yes, I think in the design and access statement, the access historically served a garage, and I think on the photographs we saw, you could see there are actually quite a few vehicles surrounding the site there in what's proposed. Where those vehicles were from at the time of taking the photographs, I can't guarantee whether they belong to somebody who lives in the area or otherwise. But I think when the highways team were referring to that, they were looking at what was the historic use of the site and the access provided from the High Street to that site. And they considered that given that this was actually for 7 dwelling units, but providing 3 parking spaces, they felt that that would dramatically reduce the number of vehicle movements. They've gone on further to state that because it's in a sustainable location, we support the fact that there isn't one space per dwelling, but also the demarcation of the parking spaces as referred to in the landscaping conditions and the allocation of such spaces will just prevent vehicles coming in and out looking for spaces, because the residents should know whose space is whose and prevent those additional vehicle movements. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of clarification for our planning officer? As there are no more questions of clarification for our planning officer, we will move on to the discussion. Who would like to start our discussion? Thank you, Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you, Chair. We've given this one a good go in terms of getting into the details in questions of the officers. So while I stand ready to hear contributions from colleagues, for me, this one looks reasonably straightforward. I think the principle of development is compelling, as set out in 7.5 of the report, policies LP7 as well as SN1, as we've been discussing. And I don't see, in part for the reasons we've very helpfully been through in discussion around the questions, any compelling reasons for rejection. So I'm minded to support this, but I see hands, so I'm not going to make a proposal at this very early point.
Councillor Dew and then Councillor Niche.
I only put my hand up because I was going to second you because you were going to make a proposal. So I'm going to make a proposal because I think you're absolutely right. It's come through. We've already had the technical appraisal and approval before, so we're well on the way here. We've covered the ground tonight. I think the only thing that I'd want to see, in addition to what's there, as Councillor Niche has already said, just make sure we drop the clause in regarding the fire suppression systems. Other than that, I'm quite happy to propose that we accept it and take that forward. Thank you.
Councillor Niche.
And if you caught my eye earlier, I was before Councillor Dew because I was going to second what he didn't second, so I'm going to second what Councillor Dew's now said. So I propose again that I think it's a very acceptable plan on here. I think they've worked well with the planners on this one, and congratulations to Kevin on all the work you've done behind it, as well as the others. I'm sure there's just more than you know, occasional help, always there. And I think it will be a great benefit. Shame we can't deal with the fence, but there you go.
Thank you for the proposal in a second, but we do have some extra people who would like to speak. So, Councillor Saunderson.
Thank you, Chair. I think we got a little bit sidetracked by the right-of-way issue, which, as Kevin and Richard, our legal officer, both explained, is really up to the applicants. It's not for us to make that determination here. But I'm encouraged to read that the applicants have worked with our heritage team in particular to design this. I think that's very beneficial. And the site is unused. It is an eyesore, and I think this will be a great improvement on it. So I'm happy to support.
And Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I find this application a very difficult one to come around to, mainly because of SN1. So we have a local plan where we designed an area of St. Neots to try to mimic the historical use, and that use includes that passageway ability for people to travel from the High Street to Brook Street. And it appears that the Samuel Emery Muse application that's already been built didn't follow that as I interpret it, that part of our local plan. So the precedent has been set, and unfortunately we have a street that doesn't follow the historical example, and we'll have a barrier along it. It will have a legal barrier along it. I find it very difficult to accept as it is now, but I'm happy with the design of the houses themselves.
Councillor Slade.
Yes, thank you. So my biggest concern for this one is the vehicle access from the high street. And although highways have made it clear that they don't have any issues with it, like I do, like I know this route very well. So I'm quite close to this where I live and walk this with the dog daily. So I'm quite aware of how tight that gap is and how squeezing a car through there, even if the movement of traffic is going to be quite low, I still feel that it's actually a very dangerous turning because it's a pedestrian highway, and we're looking at improving the high street rather than going the other way. And so actually, it's quite my issues are really around the safety of access. I'd like to see that whole section pedestrianised. I don't see any reason why there needs to be any car parking spaces there at all. But if we can apply that as a condition, that would be great. I'm not sure whether we can.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mockball?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to get clarification from officers. Are we allowed to put a condition on car parking?
So in the respect of car parking, what the design you see before you is what's been considered by the County Highways team, and they've not raised any objections. They've said the access is acceptable. In terms of conditioning parking, it will be covered in the conditions in terms of the demarcation of the parking spaces and the allocation to the individual properties, so it achieves that prevention of vehicles moving in and out, which the Highways team have looked at. So yes, it's not. We couldn't condition that it needs to be pedestrianised because that's not without our gift to do that. The applicant has presented something which we've reviewed and which has been consulted upon and which we see before us.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's just, it's a pity in a way that Kevin has had to go through all this because this is a tremendous amount of work. And the main objector to this scheme, once again, is or has not appeared, which is pretty sad, I think, really, because it's just took so much officer time. And us this evening, we've spent, I don't know, half hour, 20 minutes on this, and we can all see it's basically totally unnecessary because this guy has done a great job and he's answered all the questions. So, you know, why we have to go through this, I do not know.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a proposal to approve from Councillor Dew and seconded by Councillor Niche. Please raise your hand if you wish to approve this application.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And those that are against?
1.
And any abstentions?
1.
Therefore, the application has been approved. And with that, we will just break for 5 minutes for a comfort break. Glayton, and we have our planning officer, Marie Rosamond, who's going to present that to us. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. So before I start, I would like to acknowledge that late representations have been received by local ward members, Councillor Bywater and Councillor Auburn. However, officers consider that all matters raised have been addressed in the report and/or by specialist consultees. The recommendation of refusal remains unchanged. The site is located on Saltry Road in Glatton to the southeast of the village and is broadly rectangular in shape, measuring 0.9 hectares. There is a gentle slope towards Saltry Road and is currently comprised of grassland and trees with hedging fronting the site. This application relates to a site to the southeast of Glatton, within the land north of a dwelling known as White Roses and south of a dwelling known as the Gables, here hatched in black. The dwelling to the south, known as White Roses, is a Grade 2 domestic listed building, and the Addison Arms Public House to the north of the site is also a Grade 2 listed building, shown pink on this plan. It is worth noting that the front half of the site is within the Saltry Conservation Area, and there are a number of trees on or adjacent to the site which are legally protected by virtue of their siting in a conservation area. The site is also principally within Flood Zone 3 as designated by the Environment Agency's flood zone maps and the Huntingdonshire Strategic Flood Risk Assessment. Therefore, the site is within land designated as at the highest risk of flooding. The submitted application seeks planning permission for a new build, 2-storey, 4-bedroom detached dwelling on the infill site shown on this plan between White Roses and the Gables. Members are advised that a previous permission on this site for a dwelling was granted in November 2013, which, as per condition 1 of that permission, expired 3 years later in November 2016. Therefore, no fallback position of the principle of a dwelling on this site remains, and any application for a dwelling here must be assessed against current local and national policy and guidance, which has changed since 2013. The application has been brought before members for determination, as the officer's recommendation for refusal are contrary to the Glatton Parish Council's recommendation of approval. So here is the proposed block plan, and you can see the dwelling there between the Gables and White Roses. This is also a ground floor plan showing the front of the site and the parking. And this is the first floor plan, which shows the 4 bedrooms. This plan is the principal elevation, so the elevation facing Saltry Road. This is the rear of the site. The side of the site, this is facing the Gables to the north, and the other side of the site, which is facing White Roses, the listed building. And there's the existing street scene, and you can see there where the proposed dwelling would fit in. It is acknowledged that there are no objections to the scheme in terms of impact of designated heritage assets, including the adjacent listed building to the south and the wider conservation area, subject to reasonable conditions. There are also no objections to the proposal in terms of design, residential amenity, highway safety, or impact to biodiversity, subject to standard conditions. So this is a view from the front of the site from the south, with the Grade 2 domestic listed building known as White Roses in the foreground here. This is a view from the front of the site, behind the hedging, looking south towards the dwelling known as White Roses. View from the front of the site, behind the hedging, looking north towards the dwelling known as the Gables. View from the rear of the site towards Saltry Road. View from the middle of the site, looking south towards the rear of the dwelling known as White Roses. View from the middle of the site, looking east towards the rear. and a view from the front of the site looking south towards Saltry Road. The key reason for refusal relates to the lack of sequential tests being submitted as part of the application. The submitted application includes a flood risk assessment, which states that a sequential test is not required given that permission was granted in 2013 for a dwelling on this site. However, since this 2013 permission was granted, the Cambridgeshire Flood and Water Supplementary Planning Document has been published, as well as the Huntingdon District Council's Strategic Flood Risk Assessment, which in turn informed the updated Huntingdonshire Local Plan, which was adopted in 2019. Furthermore, the National Planning Policy Framework, updated in 2021, has a whole chapter dedicated to protecting development from coastal and flood risk. So this is the Environment Agency flood map of the site. The site is edged in red. Apart from a small section of the front of the site, which is in flood zone 2, the site is firmly located in flood zone 3, which is at most risk of flooding. The local planning authority must use data provided from government flood risk data in the assessment of planning applications. In this case, the proposal is indicated to be within flood zone 3 according to the Environment Agency. Therefore, the LPA are duty-bound to consider this site within flood zone 3 and apply all national and local policies relating to its flood designation. It must be noted that the LPA do not have the powers to change Environment Agency mapping data. Any amendment to the EA flood zone designation is the responsibility of the EA and not for the local planning authority to change. This requires a separate process that is outside the planning gift. The proposed residential development, therefore, as according to local and national policy, must pass the sequential test to be acceptable. The Environment Agency has been formally consulted on the proposals and raised no objections. This is assuming that the sequential test has been applied and passed, noting within their comment that the LPA must consider whether the sequential test has been satisfied and that a failure to satisfy the sequential test can be grounds alone to refuse planning permission. It is noted that the 2013 permission for a dwelling on the site was granted without the sequential test being passed. However, since this 2013 permission for a new dwelling was granted, national and local planning policy relating to appropriate development in flood zones has been updated. The Environment Agency's designation of the site in flood zone 3 is a material consideration. I also draw members' attention to a recent appeal decision as outlined in paragraphs 7.22 to 7.26 of the officer's report, where the inspector concluded that residential development on sites that had previously been granted planning permission must apply the sequential test again in subsequent applications for residential development. The Cambridgeshire Flood and Water SPD points out that all developments should be located in flood zone 1 unless there are no reasonably available sites. The area of selection should be district-wide. Further, 4.32 points out that applications for sites in flood zones 2 and 3, where there is no sequential test information, will be deemed to fail the sequential test. No sequential test has been submitted with the application and the previous permission has expired. Therefore, the proposal fails the Cambridgeshire Flood and Water SPD criteria. The HDC local plan in LP5 Part A states that a proposal will only be supported in flood risk terms when the sequential approach and sequential tests are applied and passed. No sequential test has been submitted with the application. The proposal therefore fails the Huntingdonshire local plan policy LP5. The National Planning Policy Framework is very clear that development should be directed away from areas at risk of flooding and should be done through the sequential test, with paragraph 162 stating that development should not be allocated or permitted if there are any reasonable sites appropriate for the proposed development in areas with a lower risk of flooding. Again, no sequential test has been submitted with the application. Therefore, the proposal fails the NPPF paragraphs 159 and 162. The failure to supply a sequential test forms a robust reason for refusal in this application. It should be noted by members that allowing residential development in areas designated at highest risk of flooding sets a dangerous precedent for further dwellings in higher flood zones. Reason 2 for refusal relates to trees on or adjacent of site. Policy LP31 of the local plan is clear that a proposal will only be supported where it seeks to conserve and enhance any existing tree that would be affected by the proposed development. The original plans were reviewed by the arboricultural officer, who recommended refusal of the application due to insufficient information relating to the potential harm to the trees on or adjacent to the site. However, over the course of the application, amended plans have been received from the agent. Why they have not been accepted by the local planning authority, they have been passed on to the council's tree officers for comment. Should members be minded to approve this application, and whilst the submitted information is not sufficiently in-depth to prove mitigation of harm to the trees on or adjacent to the site, it is acknowledged that a condition could be applied to any consent given to provide tree details at a later stage. So this is just arboriculture implications plan showing the trees identified by the council's tree officer as potentially being harmed by the proposal. Should be on the slide. Please ignore that blue writing. It should be on the previous trees slide. So the proposal is also unacceptable by virtue of no unilateral undertaking for the provision of wheeled bins, contrary to HDC's policy LP4 and paragraph H10 of the Developer Contributions Supplementary Planning Document. It is not for the case officer to chase and request these details, which should be part of the application submission. It has been demonstrated that the proposal is unacceptable in terms of flood risk and lack of provision for wheeled bins. Members are therefore encouraged to review the application for the reasons outlined in Part 8 of the officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. For this particular application, we have two speakers. Our first speaker is Councillor Ross Weatherburn from Gletton Parish Council. I don't know whether you're still on mute, Councillor Weatherburn. Fantastic, we can see you.
Can you now hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank goodness. That's, I'm not sure what's happened there, but as soon as you came back from the comfort break, no audio at all. I've been diligently listening for the past couple of hours.
Well, thank you that you stayed with us. You have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Great.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Gletton Parish Council. I'm afraid I've missed everything that's just been said beforehand, so apologies if I talk over anything that's been presented. As I hope's been made aware, the Parish Council are supportive of this particular application, which is for a new 4-bedroom dwelling on an infill site on Sawtry Road. The proposed dwelling itself is of good quality, with materials that are commensurate with the rest of the village. So it's an in-keeping property. The size of the proposed dwelling itself is also appropriate for the size of the plot. It's set back by about 12 metres from the road, which helps, as was said in the heritage statement, helps mask some of the 20th century extensions to the neighbouring listed property, White Roses. Because it's set back, it also changes the view from the street very, very little. So for those reasons, the Parish Council is supportive of this application. There were some points of objection which I feel necessary to touch on. The first was an objection point around trees, which I understand is chiefly associated with 2 trees that sit just outside of the red line for the property. There's a smaller pear tree that sits some way back, and then a much larger ash tree that sits pretty much on the Sawtry Road. The ash tree itself is visible from the road, and the report that was submitted noted that it was a tree that's in decline. So what one could assume, the more vulnerable of the 2. And I would note that the actual dwelling itself, whilst it's been recognised that it interfaces with these 2 trees, it does not overlay the root area or the canopy of the more vulnerable ash tree, because it sits so far back from the road. So that was a point that the parish council acknowledged and welcomed. I'd also like to refer to Ward Councillor Tim Alban's late reps that he submitted, where he noted an additional drawing that was submitted on the 2nd of December, which the local authority responded to, noting that at that moment in time they were not accepting amendments to applications. If this has now changed, I think on behalf of the parish council, I would urge, in the words of Tim Alban, I would urge for that particular piece of documentation to be considered as part of the application. There's also an objection with regard to flooding, and I would note that there are a number of properties on Sawtry Road that have been constructed recently that sit within Zone 3, as does this particular property, which are of new construction and have been consented in that regard. And I think I would also note that the Environmental Agency has offered no objection to this particular application. So finding it quite difficult to understand fully why the refusal is being put forward. But then I didn't benefit from the last few minutes of discussion, so apologies for that. And I did see on the screen that the unilateral undertaking is now being removed, so that is a positive.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions. Thank you for addressing the committee, and thank you for bearing with us with any problems. Thank you very much. We have another speaker for this particular application, Mr. Peter McCowan, the agent for this particular planning application. Welcome, and when you're ready, you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, councillors. The golden thread running through national and local policy is the presumption in favour of sustainable development. The proposals here constitute sustainable development and will provide a high-quality 4-bedroom dwelling. The site benefits from a previous permission in 2013 that was unfortunately not implemented. The site is within the built-up area of the village and surrounded by existing residential development. The design in front of you is fully supported by officers, and the proposals will not harm the residential amenities of neighbours. The design is an enhancement on the 2013 permission. This application is now essentially a single issue case, namely that of whether or not the proposals are acceptable from a flood risk perspective. In response to this, I would like to make a number of points. The site is located according to the EA maps within Flood Zone 3. However, parts of the site have levels similar to land falling within Flood Zone 1. It is important to note that the EA maps are at a high level and they're not based on measured topographical surveys.
The site has noted benefits from a previous planning permission that expired in 2018. The Environment Agency, the Statutory Flood Authority, are supportive of the proposals. Nothing has changed in policy terms at the site since the 2013 application, particularly the flood characteristics. The NPPF was in place then, as was the requirement for the sequential test. The site has no previous history of flooding. This is not considered an issue. Sufficient flood mitigation measures have been incorporated into the design. We feel that your officers have been unreasonable in recommending refusal of the application. Given that a substantive part of Glatton is within Flood Zone 3, how can the village continue to grow in the future? This is the most suitable site in the village. It's the only known infill plot left, and it also benefits from a road frontage. The introduction of a dwelling is fully supported by the local councillors. We've heard from the parish council and also neighbours. It will provide an additional housing unit within the village, which should be welcomed. The parish are also in the early stages of preparing a neighbourhood plan, and it is anticipated that the application site will be identified as a development site. It is important to note that allocated sites within a neighbourhood plan are exempt from the sequential test. The officer has touched on the tree issue, and this has been resolved previously, and our view was that the plans which were submitted in December were accepted, and that issue has been dealt with. I would respectfully request that the committee resolve to overturn the recommendation of approval and approve this application, and also grant delegated authority to officers to deal with the tree and unilateral matters. In summary, just the clear benefits associated with the proposals we feel outweigh any harm that would be delivered. Flooding is not considered a significant constraint which would preclude the granting of planning, particularly given the site history and also the fact that the EA are supportive here. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Mockball.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask why you haven't taken or done a sequential test.
Yeah, sure. I thought that question would come up. The sequential test, it wasn't sort of complete previously, and we haven't, well, it wasn't requested this time round. In January we were expecting an approval of this planning application in mid-January, and a day before that decision was due, we've been told it had been written up for approval. The issue regarding flood risk was raised with the architect who is with us this evening. So to cut a long story short, the sequential test, it hasn't been completed, but we do feel that there are other matters which are material considerations for tonight. So as it sort of noted, the previous history, so there was, as we'd said, a previous approval on the site, which we feel should be attached weight in the decision-making process. I've also touched on the point about site levels. Part of the site does fall within sort of land which is in flood zone 1, similar levels. The EA, who are the statutory flooding experts in this instance, they're not objecting to the proposals. And as I noted as well, there's no previous history of flooding on the site either.
Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you, and forgive me if I'm less familiar with technical terminology than those who work in this area. But just to check, I think you made reference to the site benefiting from planning application back in 2013, though you did make reference to it having expired. Just for avoidance of doubt, are you suggesting anything to the contrary of what the officers have advised us, which is that the site doesn't benefit from any planning permission because the permission it did benefit from has expired, so is no longer in position? Is that a matter of fact that's accepted all round?
Yes, I'm not disputing that point at all. The only point I would raise, so that permission was granted in 2013, and it was a 5-year permission, not 3, as I think the officer alluded to. That's just the only point I would make.
If I may, you made reference to allocated sites not requiring a sequential test. Were you suggesting that this is currently an allocated site that officers have missed, or did I not quite follow the flow of that sentence?
No, the point I was making there was the parish council are in the early stages of preparing a neighbourhood plan. And as part of that sort of process, the early indications given are that this site will be identified as a suitable development site. And the point I was making was that when there's obviously a number of stages to the neighbourhood plan process, but when a neighbourhood plan is adopted, sites which come forward as allocations are exempt from the sequential test.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, having read the input of the Environment Agency as the consultee, I can see that they have not formed opinion, but they've asked the local planning authority, us, to form opinion on that risk assessment. So I'm really glad you're here that we can ask you as we do that. And as an agent and a professional property consultant, you probably see lots of different planning applications. I'm curious, across your experience and in your professional opinion, do planning applications that define their own risk assessment in opposition to the Environment Agency tend to be successful in your experience?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. At the end of the day, the decision maker on the planning application are the council. The Environment Agency are a statutory consultee, but I think the point to remember, they are the flooding experts in this instance, and they didn't object back in 2013 to that application, and they're not objecting to this application either. And that, I think it is an important point, sorry, for you to consider this evening.
The second part of my question was about, in your experience, planning applications that define their own flood risk in contrary opposition to the advice of the Environment Agency, are they tend to be successful?
So sorry, can you just rephrase that? So applications, if the Environment Agency are supportive, and then...
In applications where the Environment Agency has provided a mapping system for our planning officers to consult, and in applications where the applicant has defined their own flood risk in contradiction to the Environment Agency, in your professional experience, do they tend to be successful?
I have had it in the past where we have challenged the EA maps, and it's all to do with modelling, and we have been successful in that point, yeah. So I have come across that in the past when the flood risk status of a parcel of land has been successfully challenged, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. You said in your presentation that there were sufficient flood alleviation measures in the application to deal with the issue. Could you just quickly take us through those and what they will actually achieve?
Well, the key one would be raising the levels of the dwelling, so it would sit sort of 300 mil above the sort of finished floor level, above the ground level at the moment. That would, well, it's my understanding that would then take the dwelling above the level of which sort of flood zone 1 land would sit at. I think the other point which is relevant as well, which I did note, there is no previous history of flooding on this site either.
Thank you. Councillor Dew.
Thank you for coming tonight. I mean, I think the actual development as proposed is actually quite a good one, but it doesn't fall in line, unfortunately, as I see it, with the objections around the sequential test, etc. You're asking us to accept an alternative version from what I've always understood to be how the sequential test works. If you've got a flood zone free area, it's up to you to provide that sequential test and bring it to us. It's not up to us to make it up for you. And you seem to be arguing tonight that you don't need to do it, whereas my experience over the years is, and especially in the past few years where the rules have been changed, is it's very important that we need to have that. So, you know, you said to us, you know, in your version of events, the Environment Agency has said that they've not objected to the application on flood grounds, but they've made it absolutely clear that we do need to apply the sequential test and consider whether it's been satisfied. And in my opinion, you have not, and yet you're arguing against us that you don't need to. And I can't see how that actually helps your case. And I'm sorry on that. I just think it makes it difficult for us to do that. And also, whether you like it or not, the last application has been long expired. You can't rely upon that and say it's there. And my experience again is that if it was a recent one, maybe nearer, but it's quite in a distance there. And and our advice is that it's a 3-year application, not a 5 that one had. So it's expired. So how does that argument help? You could take the case forward where we're dealing with us tonight, because I can't see you're actually adding anything to the equation here. You're actually just arguing about certain bits that you need to do as the representative of your clients, and actually advise them that actually you do need to do the sequential test, because it's quite clearly stated, as far as I can see, if you don't do it, then that's a good enough reason for us to say no, whether you will pass it or not if you don't bring it forward. So how do you think that actually helps the case tonight? Would you just assist me with that a bit, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So as it sort of said, the sequential test in this instance, it hasn't been completed, but a couple of the points which I have made, and I don't think I need to repeat, are that in your sort of consideration of this application, I think there are other considerations for you to take on board when applying the planning balance, which I think you should also look at. So it sort of starts at paragraph 7.81 onward. So that talks about the flood risk status of the land, but it also talks about unjustified harm to trees and impact on the conservation area. So when considering sort of those points as well, we are of the view that those matters regarding trees have been dealt with now. It's also been confirmed by the officer that trees can be dealt with via condition. The conservation officer is also supportive of the proposals, and there are sort of benefits with regards to what's coming forward here. So I would just, when members come to taking a view on this, I think there are other matters that do need to be considered.
Would you know that I accept that that's the case, and I agree with you on those points, and the officers have said they've been dealt with, but the sequential test still needs to be brought forward. It's the one thing that stops the whole thing dead in the water. Without that, the rest of the argument about whether it's a beautiful development, which actually I think it is, and whether or not the trees can be dealt with, which I think it can, if that bit is not dealt with, we can't go any further with it. That's what I'm saying to you. And I'm not arguing about the other bits. I think you've done a good job on those. But this bit is absolutely, stuck in the water. Excuse the paraphrase. Without that, we can't actually move it forward, because the whole purpose of the sequential test is to test whether or not it's a suitable site. And without that, we can't actually, regardless however good the rest of what you bring in, it doesn't bring us there. So I can't see how, once again, I'm not going to go too much further, but I don't think you've really answered my question. You've tried to divert us back onto trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Mockpool.
Actually, no, there wasn't any other questions. I just thought we were entering into a bit of a debate with the applicant, and I just wanted to move the discussion on to questions of clarification from the officers.
Oh, there we go. So we will move into the actual discussion and to the debate. Who would like to begin that? Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for joining us and speaking to us. Oh, are there any questions of clarification before we go into the debate for our planning officer? One from Councillor Nish.
It's an easy one because you've explained most of it all the way through anyway. Just go through the timeline on the from the flood authorities between 2013 and then there's a 2017 update, wasn't there, on flooding from the Environment Agency. Thank you.
So there's two documents that we considered in 2017, which was the Cambridgeshire Flood and Water SPD and also the Huntingdonshire Strategic Flood Risk Assessment, which was also 2017. And then the local plan in 2019 and the new NPPF in 21.
Thank you. I think that clarifies the timeline so we can understand that the earlier decision was made well before those. Thank you. And just as supplementary, if I may, Chair, because it relates to the other properties in that street as well, because I think they were before that, but I might be wrong.
Don't know. Sorry.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. The agent for the applicant suggested this was a single issue application and the trees issue has been dealt with. Appreciate we had an update from officers that were we minded to approve, it could be picked up another way. I just wonder whether you'd be in a position to clarify for us whether or not, in terms of the application before us, we need to turn our minds to a trees issue, please.
So we can get details of trees under a condition, so we can remove that reason for refusal, if you are minded to.
Sorry, forgive me, Chair. In absence of the trees recommended reason for refusal, and we could cover the bins by condition. For avoidance of doubt, though, in absence of a sequential test having been followed, the recommendation before us is still for refusal on that single condition.
Yes, absolutely. By virtue of not submitting a sequential test, it's automatically failed the sequential test, and that would form a very robust reason for refusal.
Councillor Goulson.
Thank you, Chair. This one is just more of a understanding for future, not necessarily this one. It was meant that the applicant mentioned there that with the Glatton's local plan, if this were then mentioned to be one of their areas for development, a sequential test would not be a requirement. But it doesn't affect this one per se, but I just wanted to have an understanding. Is that correct?
Thank you. As indicated, Glatton may be in the early stages of preparing a neighbourhood plan, but a neighbourhood plan, as it goes through the various stages and to be made, will need to comply with national policy. So with that in mind, I would not suggest tonight that it can be asserted that it will be allocated, but in broad principles, once it has been allocated, then the question of the sequential test may have been addressed, but it'll depend on the nature of what's being proposed at that time.
Are there any other questions of clarification for our planning officer? In that case, we will move on to the discussion. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. I think there's much about this application, as we've touched on already, that's very desirable and that's been done very well. But as we've established, there is the flood risk problem for us to overcome here. I just rereading the late reps. I see Councillor Bywater in his late submission suggested the refusals reasons were rather perplexing, and Councillor Alban said he failed to understand it as well. I'd venture to suggest it was because they didn't benefit from your extremely clear explanation, Marie, of the sequential test and how it applies that we've benefited from this evening. I think that was really useful. I hope those keeping track of this from home on the Zoom and indeed here will have followed that as well. I do think it was explained quite clearly in the report as well. So the applicant made reference to the the agent for the applicant cited the Environment Agency as supporting this. I struggle to avoid the conclusion that I say with respect that the agent hasn't quite finished reading what the Environment Agency submitted, because they have reminded us that their lack of objection doesn't remove the need for us to apply the sequential test, which has not been met. So I think it's abundantly clear to all of us that we're going to need to reject this evening. I'm happy to propose a rejection on that ground, which is not a reflection on the excellent work in producing an otherwise very attractive property.
Thank you. We will go to Councillor Butler and then Councillor Mockball.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope all the newer members listened very carefully to what Councillor Dew had to say, because this is probably a little bit of learning for you all. We have policies, and this is in our policy, the sequential test. If we go against that, then we might as well tear this up. So I'll have no more to say other than I'll second the proposal to refuse. The applicant's here, he knows what he needs to do. We need a sequential test. And there's no other way around it. Thank you.
Councillor Mockball.
Thank you, Chair. I was about to second Councillor Wakeford, but I think this is still a valuable lesson for the applicant, and if they've got issues with the allocated flood zone 3, I think the issue is with, you know, trying to change that with the Environmental Agency and not with the DMC tonight. So I'm also minded to refuse this application.
Thank you. And Councillor Davenport-Ray.
The building that's in the application before us is a very good design. I think it's well cited on the plot. It's well in keeping with the village and also with their ambition to utilize some infill plots. The welfare of the trees can be secured by condition, but the flood risk level is not open to interpretation by an applicant, and we have to depend on the Environment Agency's expertise in this situation. And sadly, because of climate change, we also can't depend on historic flooding of a site in order to predict future flooding of a site, and that's where that expertise really comes into play. And so I'll be happy to support Councillor Wakeford's recommendation.
Thank you very much. We have a proposal of refusal from Councillor Wakeford, which has been seconded by Councillor Butler. So all those in favour of refusing this application?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
So that has been refused. We will move on to item 3E on the agenda, which is Century House, land near Century House, St Mary's Street in Huntingdon. Centenary House. And we will have our planning officer, Carrie Murphy, present to us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening. This application seeks approval for the demolition of the existing building on site and the erection of a 4-storey building comprising 30 market retirement flats with associated communal facilities, external landscaping, and together with the reuse of an existing car park on an adjacent site. The application has been referred to Development Management Committee because the officer recommendation of refusal is contrary to the Town Council recommendation of approval. Just to draw your attention to the fact that there's been some late representations received on the application on page 10 of the late reps report. The agent has submitted some revised drawings and there's an officer response on that. These haven't been accepted. They do not go far enough to address the reasons for refusal, and therefore the recommendation makes no changes in this respect. Some submitted illustrative images have been submitted. They've been included in the late reps report, but members should note that they're only for illustrative purposes. The agent has not provided details of whether these drawings are to scale and based on technical drawings, So members should be careful on how much weight should be given to such images. Also, there's a viability assessment that's been submitted, which I will comment on further in my presentation. But I'd like to draw attention as well a little bit further on to the need for a site notice to have been displayed. The rest of the late reps report is concerning the agent's rebuttal to the officer recommendation. However, this is regarding sort of points of disagreement, and there are no changes proposed as a result. Right. I'll just go now on to the actual application. This slide shows the application is located. Just try and get. There is. Sorry, there you go. Right, in this area here, just where my cursor is. It's on a prominent corner of St Mary's Street and Castle Moat Road. The existing building is known as Centenary House and is of a V shape and of 2 stories. And its existing use is of an office, and it's occupied by the Magpus Air Ambulance Organisation. The site is located within the Huntington Conservation Area and is in close proximity to a number of listed buildings and a scheduled monument. These are listed within section 1.2 of the committee report. The site is also located within the Huntington Air Quality Management Area. The next slide shows the extent of the main part of the application site, and this is the adjacent site, which is currently a car park, and that's what's proposed to continue to be used as. The next slide shows the application site as an aerial shot, just for context. And here are some photographs. That's existing building on the site, see 2-story office building. This is looking from the entrance along St Mary's Street. You see opposite a number of residential properties, including number 2 and number 3 St Mary's Streets, which are referred to in the committee report. This is the car park area opposite the site on the other side of Castle Moat Road, which is this here. And this is looking back up to Castle Moat Road on St Mary's Street, so from the sort of Pathfinder House direction. This is the vehicle access currently used. The building here are flats, which is Cromwell Court, and Pathfinder House is just in the rear of the photograph. Note the existing landscaping and trees related to the site. Just a further shot further back showing Cromwell Court in the foreground of the picture. And just again for context, the front of the Centenary House, Pathfinder House in the rear of the picture. That's just from the other direction. And there are some bungalows. I'm standing here where the car park is, on this side of Castle Moat Road, looking at the bungalows. So they're referred to in the report. In terms of plans which have been submitted, this is a plan showing the existing site. Some existing elevations. You can see the 2-story building next to Cromwell House and Pathfinder House as well, just from the other sort of street scenes. The proposed site plan is to build a 4-story building sort of on the existing footprint of Centenary House and the car parking laid out as such. And then there's a number of plans which show the accommodation for the 30 flats. So there's some on the ground floor, first floor, second, and third. These are some elevation drawings, just to give you an idea of the scale and massing of the building, and quite a sort of prominent drum feature on the front of the property. You see with the red arrow, whereas at the moment the Centurion House, the frontage is along St Mary's Road. Proposal is to have the main entrance on the corner with St Mary's Street and Castlemoat Road. Here's some other ones showing the elevations from the opposite side of St Mary's Street, from the other side of Castlemoat Road looking across, and what the elevation would be if you were looking from Cromwell House and Pathfinder House. You see there's an amenity area, sort of roof garden at the top, on the top floor. There's some just more street scene photographs as well. Right. So after going through that, as stated, the recommendation for this application is one of refusal, and there are a number of reasons which I will go into. As I said, there's been an update report addressing late representations made by the agent, and an officer's response has been provided. I'd like to draw attention to the part about the site notice and an amended officer recommendation in this respect only. The application has been in for a while, and officers do not have sufficient evidence of when the original site notice was posted. Officers have therefore posted a new site notice on the 12th of June, with the consultation expiring on the 7th of July. Notwithstanding the resolution of Planning Committee, if a material consideration is raised from this 21-day public consultation, officers are asking that the Chair and Vice Chair be consulted in this instance. So the officer recommendation is amended to allow for this consultation to be completed, the outcome of the public consultation to be taken account of, and to delegate the authority of the final decision to the Chief Planner in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair. I'm just going to now go over reasons for refusal. There are 7, so I'm just going to go through each one. The first one is regarding the affordable housing provision. The application fails to demonstrate the principle of development is acceptable, and whilst the proposal would provide specialist housing of retirement flats in a sustainable location, it fails to include any affordable housing provision for which there is a sufficient local need. The proposal is therefore contrary to policies LP24 and LP26 of the adopted Huntingdonshire Local Plan. Just to demonstrate this further, this is an extract from policy LP26, which deals with specialist housing. And as you can see under criterion C, it is expected that applications incorporate a mix of tenures, including affordable housing, in order to be in accordance with policy LP24, which is on our affordable housing provision. For this scheme of 30, the target would be to provide for 12 affordable units. The officer's recommendation is obviously of refusal. It's recognised that there will be benefits of this specialist housing for older persons, but it is not considered that there is a justification being made on the lack of affordable housing. As has been set out in the update report, the applicant has recently submitted a viability assessment, and this is after the publication of the committee report papers, to argue that it is unviable to provide affordable housing as part of the development. Officers did not request the information, and it would also need to be independently assessed. The council would need to appoint consultants to undertake this work, which could take some months to complete. The applicant has previously attempted to address the shortfall of affordable housing by stating the development has a permitted development fallback position by completing a conversion of the commercial building. This is said to enable 20 units to be created. Therefore, the application scheme only results in a net increase of 10 dwellings. Officers have considered this and have covered this in some detail in the sections of the report 7.15 to 7.28. However, it has been concluded that in consideration That is all, and that is all in front of officers in regard to an alternative scheme for 20 dwellings, and whether this is a realistic prospect of being built. This has not been satisfactorily demonstrated by the applicant. Therefore, there is only limited weight to this material consideration. Officers do not consider the proposal complies with the requirements of LP24 and LP26, and the reason for refusal and lack of affordable housing is justified. The second reason is regarding visual impact. Both the Council's conservation and urban design officers have objected to the proposals. This is all set out in sections 7.34 to 7.49 of the report. And therefore, it's been concluded by virtue of the scale, bulk, and design of the proposed building, the proposal would result in harm to the character and appearance of the street scenes of St Mary's Street and Castle Moat Road and the surrounding area. Furthermore, the proposal would result in less than substantial harm to the significance of the nearby heritage assets and the conservation area. Given the proposal does not include any clear or convincing justification for the harm, nor any public benefit sufficient to outweigh the harm, the proposal is considered to be contrary to relevant planning listed Building Conservation Act sections, policies NE3, BE1, BE2 and BE3 of the Huntingdon Neighbourhood Plan, and policies LP11 and LP12, and also LP34 of the Huntingdonshire Local Plan. And there's also sections 12 of the Design Guide, and also relevant sections of the NPPF in this regard. There's just a slide showing some images just to demonstrate the reason for the refusal on the scale, bulk and design of the building. The third reason is impact on existing neighbours, and this is covered under sections 7.50 to 7.63 of the report. The proposed development, by virtue of its scale and mass, would result in overbearing impacts and loss in daylight and sunlight on the ground and first floor rooms of number 2 and number 3 St Mary's Street. Those properties were pointed out earlier in the slides. Therefore, the proposal is considered contrary to policy LP14 of the local plan, relevant sections of the NPPF, which seek a high standard of amenity for existing and future place users, in accordance with also the design guide quoted there. Just to show where the two properties are referred to on St Mary's Street, which are also shown in the photographs. Reason 4 is regarding air quality and noise for future occupiers of the proposed development. The Council's Environmental Health Officer, in capacity as a technical consultee, has objected, and these reasons are set out under sections 7.64 to 7.68 of the report. So there's been insufficient information has been submitted to demonstrate that the residents or occupants of the proposed development will be safeguarded against unreasonable levels of noise and air pollution, and therefore the proposal is contrary to LP14 policy of the local plan, the Huntingdonshire Design Guide, and section 12 of the NPPF. Right, reason 5 is on balconies, which are proposed to serve flats. The proposed individual balconies would not be of an adequate depth to ensure these private external amenity spaces are usable and of an acceptable size. Therefore, the proposal is contrary to the design guide, which requires that there, where possible, balconies should be of a minimum of 1.5 metres in depth in order to accommodate being able to sit out with a table and chairs. You can see that the application, just as for example here, there are a number of balconies proposed for each of the flats. And just to clarify, this is on the left-hand side of this slide. That is the guidance on balconies with the size requirements. Through the late reps, the agent has said that the balconies shown are Juliet balconies. there's a couple of examples on the right-hand side of the slide here, which are what Juliet balconies are. But as you can see from the plans before, they're actually showing balconies, not these type of Juliet balconies. So therefore, officers have considered the submitted plans and made their assessment against the design guide size requirements. Reason 6 is regarding flood risk. There's been insufficient information being submitted to assess the proposal in terms of flood risk. The application has not been accompanied by a flood risk assessment or surface water strategy, and therefore is contrary to a number of policies in the local plan, LP5, LP6, LP15, and also Section 14 of the NPPF. This is covered in the report, and just to clarify that the LLFA, which is the local lead flooding authority, has reiterated that they require information regarding flood risk and drainage, as any alterations to the impermeable area within the site as a result of the development could have an impact on surface water flood risk, both within the site and the surrounding area. This reflects paragraph 7.80 of the NPPF, and this needs to be established at the application stage and cannot be addressed later on via planning condition. And lastly, the last reason for refusal is that the proposal fails to respect the surrounding heritage assets, provides poor future residential amenity standards for residents, would result in a significant adverse impact on residential amenity of neighbouring properties. It is considered that proposal constitutes an overdevelopment of the site and is contrary to policies LP12, LP14 and LP34 of the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For this particular application, we have 4 speakers. Our first speaker is Councillor Audrey McAdam. Sorry. Would you like to come and join us? Welcome, and you have 3 minutes in which to address us.
Am I on? Yes. Thank you. Oh gosh, sorry, better put my glasses on, I might read it better. I'm actually here to speak for the Huntingdon Town Council. The Town Council, they recommended approval as required in the report. The main consideration is the height, and we accepted the precedent for the height as the building Pathfinder House itself. However, the following further observations should be considered. The style looks out of character for this road and not in keeping with the terraced houses on the other side of St Mary's Street, which is very narrow with little parking and limited parking on the site and parking on the opposite side of the ring road, being unsuitable, which is exceptionally busy at times. But the precedent for more larger, more modern buildings in the area has been set with Pathfinder House and the new build houses. Now, that was what I was given by the Town Council. So, personally, I have nothing else, nothing more to say.
Thank you very much for addressing us. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Wakeford.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us. Given what you've just said, I'm wondering you might not feel in a position to answer the question I was about to ask, but if you'll forgive me, I'll try anyway. I think you explained the Town Council, as is set out in our report, previously recommended approval, but upon further consideration, you've recognised the bulk and design of the building. Is the Town Council standing by that original recommendation nevertheless, or are you suggesting they've reconsidered? I'm conscious, and less officers correct me, that we're here this evening purely because the Town Council were recommending approval. Otherwise, the refusal would have gone through on delegated authority.
As I say, I came here to speak for the town council, as far as I understand it, they want to still keep it as approved. These points have been picked up at a later date. So I'm still looking for them approval. Yeah, that's what it's marked down for. So, I mean, I can't give my personal opinion. I've got to speak for the council. Sorry.
Forgive me, but may I ask in which capacity you're here this evening? Just to...
I've just been chosen. I'm the chosen one to give the word for the town council. I can't give my personal opinion.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions. So thank you ever so much for coming and waiting so patiently as well, because it is very late. We will move on to our next speaker, which is Councillor Marion Cadware. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Thank you. I'm here to speak as a ward councillor on behalf of myself and Councillor Patrick Kedaway. I'm not going to use all my time. I don't think there's much to add because the officer's report is compelling. It is very clear and very good. I urge you to support the officer's recommendation and refuse the application. In particular, the height of the building is too much for the area and the lack of affordable housing is really disappointing. So I urge you to follow the argument in the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our speaker? There are no questions, and thank you so much for coming to speak to us. Our next speaker is Mr. Askew, Paul Askew. When you are ready, you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I represent some of our neighbours living opposite the proposed development, and I speak on their behalf, and we've written to you collectively to express some of our views to object to this. For the following reasons, really. First, we recognise the move to residential as a change of use is quite acceptable, but in essence, we're just echoing what you've heard already about the scale, the design and the bulk of this being inappropriate, and probably for 3 main reasons in our view, which are material planning matters. The first of which is its effect on Huntingdon, as recent documents talk about the appearance of the town centre gateways and the visual connections and permeability to the historic town centres in the 2022 guidance. The bulk, scale and design aren't contrary to that, given that we've got what is a very the context of a lot of open space. You've seen the bungalows and you've seen the 2-storey dwellings. So rather than enhance that, it detracts, creating barriers and corridors into Huntingdon. So for Huntingdon's point of view, it doesn't feel very comfortable. Secondly, from the neighbour's point of view, and in essence in the conservation area, the point then about scale and design, we've got 4 stories there overlooking 2 stories. And again, the open space bungalow 2-storey comparison just means it feels very out of context in a very general sense. You've described it as a drum feature, I noticed. One of the children saw the planner described it as a shipwreck, that protruding feature at the front, out of the mouths of babes and all of that. So it just reinforces the point, I think, that from a neighbourhood point of view in a conservation area, it does feel very out of keeping. And thirdly, again, the point, you've heard about it already really, is that impact on residents in this very local neighbourhood. Again, the 4 stories with the overshadowing, you've seen the points about daylight and sunlight as well, but also that privacy and overlooking issue when you've got, again, 4 stories, balconies, Juliet, whichever they are, they're overlooking bedrooms and lounges. So it doesn't feel like it's a very good fit for Huntingdon, for the neighbourhood and the conservation area more generally, and for the impact on local people and local residents. So yeah, thanks for listening, and I'd invite you to endorse your officer's recommendation to reject the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions, so thank you very much for coming to speak to us.
Thank you for your time and your patience.
Our last speaker for this particular application is Simon Richardson, who is the agent. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee.
There we go. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone else. Mindful of the time and the sanctity of the 3 minutes, I recognise I will have no chance to go into full depth on explaining the proposals, the design process, location within flood zone 1, the various technical reports submitted, or the numerous attempts to engage with officers. So I please request any aspect of the proposals, any aspect of the proposed reasons for refusal, please ask afterwards, and we'll see what we can do. So in terms of the principle of the development, it's a highly sustainable location within an existing, unattractive and very outdated building, which covers 100% of the site in hard impermeable surfacing and is inherently energy inefficient. You've heard from officers that policy LP26 considers specialist housing and sets an aim of ensuring that specialist housing development contributes to a range of attractive housing options for older people and those with specific needs. And the policy sets out some of those criteria which are important to take into account, and they include easily accessible to shops, services, community facilities, public transport, social networks appropriate to the needs of the occupiers. And that's not just a benefit for the residents who would live there, that's obviously a benefit for all of the shops and facilities that those residents would use. So there's a win-win in terms of rejuvenating and boosting the vitality and viability of the town centre. That brings on to the next policy requirement of requiring to be integrated with the wider community. And as I said, the proposed development with location and design, allowing for and encouraging residents to access a town centre, the bus and rail stations and wider town beyond, would certainly achieve that aim. The policy seeks a mix of tenures. As you've heard, there has been a viability appraisal submitted. Which was requested by officers. There was an initial request for one. A submission was made. We were asked to go away and think again. We've thought again, and a subsequent report has come in. But that sets out both the financial implications of trying to rejuvenate a brownfield town centre site, together with the viability of the potential fallback, which wouldn't be ideal because the building that's there is unattractive. It wasn't designed to accommodate residential use. It could be done, but it would be considerably suboptimal. Finally, I suppose with regards to the issue of the principle, policy LP26 explains that the need for appropriate housing for older people is expected to increase significantly up to 2036, and then sets out that we are looking at a requirement for around 4,000 such specialist homes. There we go, that's my warning. I haven't gone onto scale, bulk and design, but there are very good design principles and rationale behind that I'm happy to answer any questions on. Schrodinger's balconies, too big not to be balconies, but not too big to be balconies. Again, we can talk about that. Character of the conservation area, I think there was a good slide that went up talking about impact on listed buildings. Which listed buildings? All listed buildings are screened from the site by the considerably larger building that we're sat in now. With regards to flood risk, neither the Environment Agency nor your strategic flood risk assessment identify the site as being at any risk from the sea, rivers or surface water. The site is currently 100% impermeably hard surfaced. We would obviously be able to make that better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson.
Fair enough. Looks like I'm done. Okay.
If there are any questions,
very happy to answer.
Are there any questions for this particular applicant, for this particular speaker? There are no questions. So thank you very much for coming to address us. Okay, in that case, we have heard from all our speakers. Are there any questions of clarification for our planning officer? Councillor McAdam.
Yeah, nothing's been said about the parking across the other side of the ring road. I just wonder if you'd like to comment on that, please.
Yeah, I didn't talk about highways and parking because actually that was all satisfactory in terms of the local highways authority's comments. I just draw your attention to section 7.74, which talks about there'd be 22 dedicated off-street parking spaces and additional temporary parking provision if required, and officers consider the proposal complies with the aims of LP 16 and LP 17. So there hasn't been any issues raised with the Highway Authority, and it's considered, obviously, that's parking that's being used at the moment for the current use of the building, and that would continue. But other things like cycle parking and more sustainable forms of transport obviously are also an option.
Are there any other questions of clarification? In that case, we will move on to the discussion. Who would like to start the discussion? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I'm actually quite happy with the overall design of the building that's in front of us. I think it's quite adventuresome, and I don't agree with the shipwreck illusion. I quite like the drum on the front, and in some of the drawings we've seen, it actually represents a step down from the building that we're sitting in right now towards the edge of the town. And that precedent of the urban design of this part of Huntingdon has been set by the building that we're sitting in right now. But the air quality issues, the noise issues, the affordable housing issues, I don't think they can be overcome, and they are very weighty material considerations. And that's very regrettable, because I agree with the agent of the need that we have for housing just like this with our aging population, especially in a key service centre like Huntingdon that has so much to offer them. So I am minded to refuse, but I will listen to any other comments that my colleagues might have.
Councillor Sanderson and then Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. Seems like deja vu all over again, doesn't it? The previous application, we spoke about the flood risk assessment and the need. We can't get beyond that point really until that's completed. Same applies to this application. The applicant again seemed to suggest that there wasn't any need to do one. Well, there clearly is. We have an objection from the County Council, along with a number of other objections from conservation, from the urban design team as well. So I think Kerry's set that out very clearly in her report. And I frankly, again, don't see any way in which we can approve this with all those objections sitting there. So I would propose that we approve the officer recommendation and refuse the application. Thank you.
Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to second that recommendation. I really struggle with this one. I mean, I know we said it. We've already got the Pathfinder House there, but it's further away. Actually, it's a different aspect, overlooking those poor the houses that are lower on the other side, and I think it really does detract from an entrance coming round that direction. I was close to calling it a carbuncle, but I thought better not, because some others used that one in the past. I think beauty is the eye of the beholder. I do understand that, and there's some stuff which I like and other people don't like. You know, Mona Lisa, is it smiling, crying? I don't know. But I think this is not right for that location. It's too large, it's overpowering, and what I do think is the officer's recommendations have been really clear on the reasons for refusal. And I do thank the officer for that one, because actually it went through stage by stage, and it's clear for the applicant as well to understand. I think, yes, what's there, you know, it is not wonderful, it's not nice, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at what they're trying to put it there instead. And yes, something could go there, and there are some great benefits from what they put in there. You know, I for one am retired, so maybe I should have declared an interest. But you know, there are aspects of it completely that I just don't think this is the right design for that location, and therefore I'm happy to second Councillor Sanderson's refusal.
Councillor Dew.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm very much in agreement with all those comments. I'm not going to go too far into it. I think we mustn't fall into the trap of using Pathfinder House as a precedent, because Pathfinder House was here in another form beforehand and it was equally as high. So the fact this has been redeveloped, I don't think creates a precedent recently. The previous one was thrown up in the 1970s, and that was certainly of a similar scale. I think generally, though, everyone's got it absolutely right. You know, there's things that need to be produced, like the flood bits and pieces. The bulk's too big. You know, there's got to be some referencing done to not being able to provide any sort of affordable housing. That's hugely important. It's fine to say we can only give you free properties, but you need the evidence to prove that before we'd even consider it. So we'd want that there. And the other thing that I find disappointing, it's slightly in reverse, is one of the reasons we supported rerouting the A14 was to remove the high pollution zone in the middle of Huntingdon. So it's quite concerning if it's still there after we removed all that traffic. And I know it doesn't affect this directly, but it's just a general comment that I'm surprised it's still there. It's, and if it is for good reason, that's quite disappointing. But no, generally, I'm quite happy to support my colleagues on this. Thank you.
Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. I think that the applicant made some comments that I wouldn't disagree with, and from what Councillor Oju said, he doesn't either, around the value of additional housing and the knock-on impacts to our local economy in the area. But certainly, I agree with Councillor Dew and Councillor Sanderson that the scale of this is too much for the location, as well as, of course, the lack of affordable housing. That's a very significant interest, of course, to all of us. I think the principle of the sort of front barrel bit is difficult to remove from the size of the bit of the building it's attached to, because I think, as we saw in the plans, which don't worry about pulling them up again, but the side elevations rather, there's a step down and then a step up and then a step down again from Pathfinder House in what's currently proposed. So clearly we are deciding the application in front of us, and it's not ruling out a future more limited application or any other sort of application, but what's in front of us, for reasons colleagues have flagged, I don't think we can possibly approve this evening, and I'll be voting with the proposal that we've got on the table.
Thank you. So we have a proposal to refuse this planning application by Councillor Sanderson and seconded by Councillor Niche. All those who wish to refuse, would you please show your hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
So that's unanimous, and that has been refused. We will move on to onto item 3F on the agenda, which is 18 High Street Warboys in Huntingdon. And we will have our planning officer, Mari Rosamond, speak to us about that.
That's taken from the application form. Yeah, Hopkins got them. Are they respective? Or perhaps they're people who live over the road. They haven't got far to go home at this time. That's true, yeah.
Hello again. This application relates to 18 High Street in Warboys and has been brought to Planning Committee as the officer's recommendation of refusal is contrary to Warboys Parish Council's recommendation of approval. The current site comprises a commercial building fronting the High Street located within the Warboys Conservation Area. The site sits in front of a domestic Grade 2 listed building with 2 more listed buildings to the northwest opposite the site. The site is in flood zone 1 and is at low risk of flooding. This aerial view of the site shows that the land surrounding the site comprises mainly of hard standing with some hedging to the east, with a driveway also to the east with access from High Street. This is a front view of the current site. The existing building is flat roofed with 2 shop fronts on the principal elevation. This application seeks approval for the conversion of a shop and hairdressers into a 2-bedroom dwelling, including the erection of a roof extension to create a first floor and alterations to the fenestration at number 18 High Street, Warboys. The footprint of the unit will not change, but would introduce a pitched roof to the first floor, which would run parallel to the highway and feature a hipped roof element to the rear. The current flat roof building is approximately 3.4 metres in height, while the proposal is 5.8 metres in height. Therefore, the building would rise by 2.4 metres. Here are the existing elevations and floor plans. You can see that the left unit is currently indicated as a hairdresser's with a store and kitchen to the rear, while the right is indicated as a shop with a toilet to the rear. The proposed dwelling is indicated to be 2-bedroomed with a bedroom on the ground floor and bedroom and ensuite to the first floor. And here I have shown the existing and proposed development side by side. The proposal has been reviewed by Huntingdonshire's Conservation Officer, who considers the proposal to be an improvement on the existing building. So here is a photo looking from the east of the site, opposite side of the road, a close-up showing the gravel drive within the Grade 2 listed building behind. It's a view of the front looking west towards High Street, a view of the dwelling and other commercial shops to the west from the opposite side of the road, another front photo showing the 2 units, and looking left for wider context with that listed building there in the background. So while there are no concerns on this application from the Parish Council, Cambridgeshire Highways, Huntingdonshire District Council's Urban Design and Trees Officer, subject to conditions, the proposal is considered to fail the test set out in LP22 and so as submitted is considered unacceptable in principle. Local Plan Policy LP22 relates to local services and community facilities and helps to prevent the loss of important services in the district. Therefore, complying with LP22 is critical when the loss of a commercial unit is proposed. So LP22 states, where permitted development rights do not apply, a proposal which involves the loss of a local service or community facility will only be supported where D, an equivalent service or community facility will be provided in a location with an equal or better level of accessibility for the community it is intended to serve, or E, demonstrates that there is no reasonable prospect of that service or facility being retained or restored because either, and I've highlighted 2 because this is the option that the applicant has gone for, 2, reasonable steps have been taken to effectively market the property for its current use without success. As per paragraph 7.9 of the Officer Report, sales particulars have been submitted to meet LP22 of the local plan, which confirm the unit was advertised for sale as a commercial building between October 2018 to September 2021. The submitted application form states that the building ceased to be a shop and hairdressers in June 2022, and an email from the agent suggests that the applicants purchased this unit following this submitted marketing exercise. I would like to draw members' attention to explanatory paragraphs of LP22, which are paragraphs 7.6 and 7.7 of the Officer's Report. This states that local services and community facilities have a serious impact to quality of life and vitality of services, and that to exemplify reasonable steps to market the property for its current use, a robust marketing exercise is preferred for a duration of approximately 12 months at a value reflecting its permitted use, with details of offers received and reasons potential buyers declined to proceed with the sale. The application has also failed to demonstrate that an equivalent service or community facility will be provided in a location with an equal or better level of accessibility for the community it is intended to serve. Paragraph 93 of the NPPF also seeks to safeguard community facilities. Given the applicant purchased the unit for a commercial use as set out in the supplied marketing information and have declared that it was used as a shop and hairdressers until June 2022 with no information supplied to show any offers and reasons potential purchasers declined to proceed with the sale, it is considered that the proposal fouls sections D and E of Local Plan Policy LP22 and should be refused by the Planning Committee as set out in section 8 of the officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker for this particular application, and that is Councillor Jeff Willis from Warboys Parish Council. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. The Council believes that this application should be approved. There appears to be a lack of consistency in planning applications for commercial properties in the village. Over the course of 3 years, 4 retail outlets within 300 metres of each other have been dealt with differently. In the case of the newsagents at 43 High Street, it was accepted that evidence had been provided that it had been marketed without success as a retail outlet, and permission was granted. There was an application to convert 30 High Street, the hardware store, but the council notified the owner that it had been withdrawn. The work has now been carried out without planning permission. Number 12 High Street was given prior approval under permitted development rights without any justification required of previous marketing to sell the property for retail or commercial use. And a note I would add there that the parish council were not informed of this application. The current application to convert 18 High Street, where it is acknowledged that evidence has been submitted that the property was marketed for retail for 3 years, is being recommended for refusal. In fact, there have been 19 people visit the premises with a view to purchase, and none of these took place. The argument is that it was bought by the current owners before the application was submitted. Therefore, they must have bought it for retail purposes. This does seem to be something of a technicality. It is also clear from the closure of the other 3 shops that there's insufficient trade in Warboys to justify retaining 18 High Street as a commercial premises. While the council is concerned at the loss of 4 retail outlets in the High Street in the space of 3 years, it is clear there was insufficient business for them to be viable financially. In conclusion, 2 of the applicants, 43 and 18, provided evidence that the properties had been marketed for continued retail use. The application for 43 was approved, the application for 18 is being recommended for refusal, and the other 2 did not provide evidence. 112 was given prior determination. Under these circumstances, the Parish Council suggests there's no reason why the application for 18 High Street should not be approved. Otherwise, this will result in 2 more premises remaining empty. In addition, it should be noted that for several years, 2 other retail properties in the village, the Old Spa and Newman stores, have been empty for many years.
Thank you very much for coming to address us. Are there any questions? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you for coming to speak to us. We and our officers depend on sort of searching for evidence to see the use of the building. But as a local resident, although the advertising indicates that it's been used for commercial purposes up till 2022, what is your experience about this site, and when did it cease operating as a commercial enterprise?
I believe it ceased operating about just over a year ago, but she's been searching for 3 years for a purchaser for the premises before she retired. 1/2 of the premises has been empty for several years, which was the beauty side of the premises. There was only the hairdressers that was in use.
Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no other questions, so thank you very much for coming to address us. In that case, we will move on. Are there any questions of clarification for the planning officer? Councillor Dew.
Yeah. Am I right in presuming the main reason here is, regardless of the timescales and the fact that it was on the market for 3 or 4 years, during that time it was actually occupied, so the actual test only runs from when it ceased to be used, regardless of who owned it, for a period of time, and we haven't had the evidence to prove that it's been marketed that time and there's been no successful applications. Is that really the crux of where we are tonight? Right, I know there's the other rules around were there alternatives, but what I'm saying is, if this had been marketed for a year and the evidence was provided and it had been a reasonable price and there'd been absolutely no offers, we'd then use that as the evidence to prove the point, but we haven't got that evidence. Is that exactly where we are? Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Not quite. So, so the agent advised us that the current owners of the site bought it after 2021 as a commercial unit because it was marketed as a commercial unit. Therefore, it's almost like the clock restarts and they have to mark it again for another 12 months. Oh, sorry, it's later. Thanks. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure how significant this is, but when I visited the site with Councillor McAdam, they appeared to be running a window cleaning business from here. And I think it was another one, they were drain cleaning business. It wasn't anything to do with the hairdressers. At least that's what I saw on the shop, we saw on the shop frontage. Is that irrelevant though in this case? Because it's, I suppose you could still argue it's a facility that the villagers may use. Yeah, I think as you said in your own comments, Marie, it's not a hairdresser's any longer, hasn't been for about a year.
So when I visited the site, I only saw that the window cleaning aspect of it was being advertised. I didn't see it actually operating. But that is a separate matter for enforcement, so we can only look at the application as submitted as with the documents we've got before us. Does that answer?
Are there any other questions and clarification? There are no more questions, so we will move on to the discussion. Who would like to start the debate on this? Thank you, Councillor Dew.
Thank you very much. I have a huge amount of sympathy with the parish council's position on this. If you look at Warboys, and we've had a couple of sites here where they've kept coming back to us with applications that simply don't work. You know, the old hardware store's a good example of that. It's not through lack of trying on our part or the parish council, just they've yet to turn up a development that actually hits the button. Warboys is also suffering, as the parish council has said. You know, the old Spa store's sat empty now for the last 3 or 4 years, if not longer. I mean, it's great they've got the new Spa and it's really good, but the old building sat there and unused and unloved. And this building, I think years ago, didn't it used to be the library? If we go back a long, long while, it looks a bit like a communal library, doesn't it? But it came from there, and you know, there's a lot of the shops disappearing in these places. So I think our policies to try and protect them are absolutely right. I think the only problem we've got here is the evidence that's needed to prove that this is there's no one interested in buying this or using it for its existing thing hasn't been presented. That's the one thing we haven't got in front of us, and therefore without that it's very difficult to say yes, I agree. I think if that evidence was here tonight, I'd be saying yeah, I'd be proposing now we approve it and get on with it. I think we just need that evidence, and without it we can only refuse it and say it needs to come back with the evidence, and I'll leave it there, and well, actually I'll propose it and then we've got something on the table. Thank you.
Councillor Wakeford.
only as I didn't see any other hands as I've spoken a lot this evening, but I agree with everything Councillor Dews said. It sounds like it wouldn't be difficult for the evidence to be pulled together that would be sufficient. Not that we can speculate about applications we haven't got in front of us, but based on what's in front of us, despite sympathy I share for the parish council and the applicants, our policies, which are well-intentioned for the reasons Councillor Dew sets out, don't allow us to approve this. So I'm happy to second the refusal with an urging that another application comes forward with the evidence as soon as they're able to pull it together, because I sympathise with what they're trying to achieve.
Thank you. Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want to let it too long, but I think when I read through this, first of all, I thought, why are we refusing it? Why are we refusing it? And then you get to that stage where you think, that's why, because we have a policy that says we do this, this, and this to try and do that. And I actually just think it's that tipping stone that we just need to get through, because I think the rest of it is fully covered. So, leave that. I think we do have to, my personal opinion is I need to refuse it, just because it's a policy that says we need to make sure that all reasonable steps are taken to try and keep it open in the first place, to try and keep it viable. I fully concur with the parish council. I can understand where they are, but I could see something being done in the future, but obviously it's not here now.
Thank you. So we have a proposal of refusal from Councillor Dew, which has been seconded by Councillor Wakeford. All of those that wish to refuse this application.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
And that is unanimous, so that has been refused. We move on to item 4 on the agenda, which is appeal decisions, and our planning service manager will report that to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this brief. We had 2 appeal decisions in the last month. One of those was allowed on appeal. That was subject to an objection from the Conservation Officer in terms of the impact of the extension on the street scene. The inspector disagreed with that recommendation and that view, and decided that there was no impact on the Hemmingford Abbots conservation area in that respect. So therefore allowed the appeal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So that takes us to the end of our agenda. I would like to thank everyone for their attendance and contribution this evening. Thank you also to our planning officers for your hard work in preparing and presenting the applications this evening. Thank you.